And here it is. We go again. I'm not quite sure what's wrong with this camera. What adjustments do I need to make to it to, well, here it is anyway. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to more. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again. I hope you're there with me. The session commences and your company is required. That thing that goes on round about this time going on exactly at this time. Avail yourself of the goings on round here. All matters Nigeria related. A lot of it presidential. So if that is your diet, then the menu is very rich to your pick.
Another Savior, holy, 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 ASIWAJU. Another Savior, holy, 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 ASIWAJU.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafra War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafra army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. Another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your Madika, Yabika Kwakwanso. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 holy. Another Savior, another Savior, holy, 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 ASIWAJU. Another Savior, holy, 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 ASIWAJU. Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafra War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafra army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 ASIWAJU. They were singing out, holy, 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 ASIWAJU. It's another Savior. Holy, 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 ASIWAJU. It's another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your Madika, Yabika Kwakwanso. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo.
And there it is right there. Holy, holy. I'm not sure about the lighting of this thing. Is it that tool? Oh, yeah, that's better. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu, the other savior, the farmyard singers from the eastern part of Nigeria. Holy, 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 as guys, I bring you this. TINUBU will become ASIWAJU and JAGABAN of Nigeria in 2023. Somebody that has been long and completely man and boy within Nigerian politics, especially presidential. He, of course, the running mate of Abiola in 1993. King Igwe speaks, and he, by the way, one of the purported member of the Asurok cabal. So he speaks with some authority. TINUBU will become ASIWAJU and JAGABAN of Nigeria in 2023, a headline attributed to King Igwe. So King Igwe speaks, but who speaks next? Ex-Central Bank Deputy Governor Moghalu dumps ADC days after losing presidential ticket, cites irregularities. So there it is right there. This guy now, that's just the full circle for him. There are two Moghalu headlines, so I may just abandon that one for the one that we're about to come to now. But before we come to that, the only problem is who will be presidential candidate and who will be vice. Omokri reacts to report of Peter Obi and Kwakwanso Maja. So there it is right there. It says the only problem, but really the big problem, and really some will say the insurmountable problem. Hell will freeze over before Kwakwanso subordinates his ambition to Peter Obi. And Peter Obi's momentum is such that he cannot be secondary to anybody, especially having somewhat rejected that position in a larger, more potential field space like the PDP. So who gives, or will anybody give? And it is that particular decision that would truncate this supposed purported merger. The only problem is who will be the presidential candidate and who will be his vice. Omokri reacts to reports of Peter Obi and Kwakwanso Maja. So that's the biggest problem, not the only problem, but the one, the biggest, most important element of that. Still Omokri speaking, 2023 presidency. Omokri reacts, asks important question about purported Peter Obi Kwakwanso ticket. So I think that may well be a repetition of the previous one. So we see how that is and what that means. Still all matters presidential. 2023 presidency, Umahi dumps Peter Obi, tells Ebonyi people to vote for TINUBU. So quite why he would do that, we'll find out shortly. And this somewhat is a follow-on from what we saw with the APC primaries. When all the clamor for power to come to the south, especially to the southeast, that did not seem to get to the southeastern delegates. When of the hundreds of delegates that came out of the southeast, only 24 of them voted for all of the rich field of southeastern candidates at that primary. So it looks as though that is what is repeating again with David Umahi. 2023 presidency, Umahi dumps Peter Obi, tells Ebonyi people to vote for TINUBU. So quite what that means, we'll find out shortly. And you can expect an avalanche of abuse in this direction, of course, because the followership of Peter Obi, elements of them are somewhat toxic and excessively aggressive, just going around hurling insults at anybody that holds a contrary view. So a lot of that will come in the direction of David Umahi. 2023 still, join APC, Keyamo begs Moghalu after dumping ADC. So he should have really joined a major party in the first instance because Moghalu is somewhat an elitist sort of a person. You don't see him as anything in the image of a man of the people. So purporting and pretending to be shunning the mainstream, to be an alternate voice, is not quite what his moniker is. It's not the garb that he wears easily. He wears more the garb of an elitist, and that is where Keyamo is inviting him to now. 2023, join APC. Keyamo begs Moghalu after dumping ADC. So quite what that plea is and what quite what that plea is and what Moghalu is making of it, we find out shortly, or not. So from that to this, Nigerian Catholic priests deny church members without permanent voters card entry into Sunday masses. So it looks as though that's a push for people to register. This election coming will be it's going to be a record amount of votes. So almost double what was played out in the last cycle of election is the anticipation. Both because the people are energized now, one, so the voter apathy would not be as much as we saw in 2019. And then two, there are just an avalanche of new voters now. 4-point-something million youths as at the last count, and they're still streaming to go, and that's 4.2 million youths on top of a 6-point-something million new entrants into the political space as voters, and more people still streaming to the point that they are crashing the electoral machineries. So you can expect almost double the numbers, at least a good 50% more in terms of voter participation in this upcoming election. It'll be an election like no other that Nigeria has ever experienced. But how does that permutate and how does that come out in the wash? All of that still in the hands of God. So all of that still in the hand of God. Nigerian Catholic priest denied church members without permanent voters card entry into Sunday masses. So this is it now. Everybody is to be equipped and ready for that moment then. So this now final one, at least so far, Yoruba groups bring TINUBU Osinbajo together for truce after APC presidential duel. So it is quite important that TINUBU gets everybody on board, and really important for him to get somebody as senior as Osinbajo on board, because Osinbajo is the one ear that he has within the inner sanctum of the government circles. I'm sure there's still circles that's outside of Osinbajo's loop, but for the fact that he's within that building, he is still able to pick up what may or may not be. So very important for TINUBU to have him on board. Yoruba group brings TINUBU Osinbajo together for truce after APC presidential duel. So there it is right there, a rich and diverse menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. So the usual protocol, click on the like button as you are coming in. Click on the subscribe button as well if you haven't done that already. And then I'm going to post the link to the studio. If you want to come and participate on screen, click on this as well. So the like button is compulsory. The subscribe button, if you are not already subscribed, is mandatory. But at your discretion, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join me on the screen to have a conversation around the talking points. So that is how it goes, an interactive session. So as you set about the clicking, let me provide you with a little bit of a liquid refreshment. Your calabash to the ready as we join the guys.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido, hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido, oro keke elemu ye o. Ide sodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Failati keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe ṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Niru Agbeshe, the care guide. TINUBU will become ASIWAJU and JAGABAN of Nigeria in 2023. Babagana Kingibe. Babagana Kingibe, MKO Abiola's running mate in the 1993 presidential election, has declared that it is APC national leader Bola Tinubu's turn to rule Nigeria. According to Mr. Kingibe, Mr. Tinubu will transmute from Jagaban of Bogu in Niger to Jagaban of Nigeria. He also declared that the former Lagos State governor will become the ASIWAJU of Nigeria from the ASIWAJU of Lagos State, matching his words in the Yoruba language in a video seen by correspondents on social media. The former secretary to government of the federation said, Enye Lokan, you are next. So this is re-echoing, of course, Tinubu's words in Abeokuta. You will move from Jagaban of Bogu to Jagaban of Nigeria, from ASIWAJU of Lagos to ASIWAJU of Nigeria. Mr. Kingibe declared whilst playing host to Mr. Tinubu recently, for all your sacrifices, for all your effort, God will reward you this time. Before the APC presidential primary election, Mr. Tinubu insisted whilst addressing Ogun delegates that it was his turn to become Nigeria's president. Emilokan, it is my turn, he told the delegates. Mr. Tinubu is APC presidential candidate for the 2023 presidential election after winning the party's ticket on June the 8th. He scored 1,271 votes to defeat 13 other presidential aspirants, including Vice President Yemi Osinbajo and Senate President Ahmed Lawan. After the APC presidential primary, the former Lagos State governor has been consulting with APC chieftains to seek their support ahead of the 2023 presidential election and to choose a running mate. Mr. Kingibe is infamous for abandoning MKO Abiola following the latter's incarceration by General Sani Abacha and went ahead to join the military junta as a foreign affairs minister. Then, President Umar Yar'Adua later appointed him secretary to the government of the federation. So if you have to dine with Kingibe with a long spoon, of course. If you ever want to know what treachery is in terms of a Fulani man, it is all enraptured within this Kingibe guy. And speaking to Tinubu in Yoruba, that is just takia right there. That is obfuscation. That is a sleight of hand, sleight of words, and that there's no intent at all. There's no honesty behind those words. And this guy is notorious for treachery. Abandoned Abiola, took a portfolio with Sani Abacha, took another portfolio with Yar'Adua, and is part of the cabal now that circles around Babangida Buhari. So if you trust this guy, then that's very much to your peril. The only problem is who will be the presidential candidate and who will be his vice. Reno Omokri reacts to reports of Peter Obi and Kwakwanso Maja. Reno Omokri has reacted to reports of a possible merger between Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi and NNPP presidential candidate Engineer Rabiu Kwakwanso. In a tweet posted on his handle, Reno wondered who amongst the presidential candidates will set aside his aspiration to become a vice presidential candidate. His tweet reads, "The proposed Kwakwanso Peter Obi NNPP Labour Party merger is an excellent idea. The only problem is who will be the presidential candidate and who will be his vice. Kwakwanso would naturally want the top ticket, but will Peter Obi accept a second fiddle role?" So this is the totality of all of that question within that space. And that question is not as casual. And by the way, Reno Omokri is being deliberate and somewhat mischievous in how he's quoting it or trying to quote it as a minor matter. It is not at all a minor matter. is the most important of all of the things that would ever afford this merger to take place. And that essentially is where the merger will fall apart. Because I do not see Kwakwanso becoming a subsidiary to Peter Obi, and I do not see Peter Obi. I can see Peter Obi packing his ego to subordinate himself to Kwakwanso, but I cannot see his followership allowing him to do that. So he, by virtue of what propels him to where he is, cannot really take a secondary position. So that is where all of it will fall apart, and fall apart it will quickly, because of course they have till the when is it? Till the 17th to bring forth whoever it is that is going to be the vice and the chair. So the vice and the vice and the lead. So this second story somewhat repetitive of that. So let me dump that. Let me go to this instead. 2023 presidency, Umahi dumps Peter Obi, tells Ebonyi people to vote TINUBU. So this is real politics playing out here. So a lot of people will say, anyway, let me not preempt what people might say. Ebonyi State Governor David Umahi on Monday made a public declaration about his preferred presidential candidate for the 2023 election. According to Umahi, he and the people of Ebonyi State will vote for the All Progressive Congress APC candidate, ASIWAJU Bola TINUBU. The governor specifically mentioned in his statement that the people of Ebonyi State will not vote for the Labour Party, which has Peter Obi as its presidential candidate. He made the submission at the executive chambers of the new government house, Abakaliki, during the swearing-in ceremony of 5 commissioners and 2 special assistants into his cabinet, including 6 development center coordinators. According to him, Ebonyi people will only vote for the APC. We will not vote for Labour Party. We will only vote for APC. Our vote is for APC and not for Labour Party. Our agenda in Ebonyi, our agenda is Ebonyi agenda. We will vote for our presidential candidate in the person of TINUBU. We must strive to liberate Ebonyi State, and that is our agenda, he said. The newly sworn-in commissioners include Mr. Celestine Nwali, who is expected to take over. Pardon me. The newly sworn-in commissioners include Mr. Celestine Nwali, who is expected to take over as the Commissioner for Capital Territory Development. Chief Matthias Adum takes over the Ministry of Lands and Survey, whilst Chief Romanus Nwasom is to oversee the Ministry of Infrastructural Development for concession. So it goes on to give us a list of names of commissioners and who get what portfolio. So all that of no real interest. So from that to this, 2023, join APC. Kiyamo begs Mogalu after dumping ADC. Pardon me. Festus Keyamo, Nigeria's Minister of State for Labor and Employment, has called on former African Democratic Party ADC presidential aspirant Kingsley Moghalu to join the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. Keyamo made the call after Moghalu resigned from the ADC, having failed to clinch the presidential ticket of the party. Moghalu lost in the primaries to owner of Roots Television Nigeria, Dumebi Akachiku, on June the 8th. In a letter written to the national chairman of the ADC, Chief Oke Nwosu, on Monday, Moghalu claimed that the conduct of the election revealed a fundamental clash of values between him and the leadership of the party. Reacting, Keyamo in a tweet, "My own dear brother at Mogalu Kingsley, you've just seen that the so-called third force are just some untested Nigerians who may just be worse off. They are not from the moon, they are Nigerians. It is all sound and fury and nothing more. Welcome to the real world. Please join us in APC. So Kingsley Moghalu should be in a party like either PDP or APC because Kingsley Moghalu is not an alternative voice. He's a very much an elitist sort of a guy. So you think of Kingsley Moghalu in many ways. You don't think of him as a man of the people. He's a technocrat. He's a bureaucrat. He's an academic. He lives in Switzerland, by the way. So he's as removed as from a man of the people as it possibly can be. So he's an elitist, and he should really be amongst the elitists. To them, preach his pro-people, sound economy doctrines, but man of the people he is not. Nigerian Catholic priests deny church members without permanent voters cards entry into Sunday Mass. Some Catholic priests in Nigeria have enforced a policy of no permanent voters card, no Sunday Mass. In a video seen by correspondents on Sunday, some church members were denied entry into Sunday Masses over their inability to display their permanent voters card issued by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. At St. Matthew's Catholic Church in Obudu local government area of Cross River State, the assistant parish head was heard instructing those with their PVC to come into the church and those without to go back home. In another Catholic parish reportedly to be in one of the states in the North Central, the Reverend Father was heard saying, "From today, if you are coming for Mass, carry your PVC. If you don't have your PVC, don't bother coming, because there is no way you have Christians filling up the church, but only a handful of them go voting during elections. So it means our population and numbers mean nothing. So we want Christians to take their responsibilities and role seriously. So today, I am serious about it. As I am standing here, sorry, let me adjust this thing. So today, I am serious about it. As I am standing here, if you have your PVC, begin to come in. But if you don't have your PVC, find your way back home. You won't attend Mass here. As political processes preceding the 2023 elections continue to heighten, private, public, and religious organizations have intensified campaigns for their staff and members respectively to get their PVCs to enable them exercise their civic responsibility. And there's a clip of this chap doing this on Twitter. So I shall play you the clip. Yes, let me just hold on. Let me see. Let me just copy it and download it. So I might as well play you the clip, mightn't I? All right, just bear with me 1 second. Oh, okay. I'm going to attempt to hold on. Twitter downloader. It only takes a second to do this, so don't worry. We just because sometimes it's it's easier to hear it in their own words than me regurgitating. So if we're able to capture it, then why not? So I think we have it here. Okay, so there it is. So we got that. So on to the next. Yoruba group brings TINUBU Oshibanjo together for truce after APC presidential duel. Yoruba group brings Tinubu Oshibanjo together for truce after APC presidential duel. The Yoruba World Center has concluded arrangements to bring Vice President Yomi Oshibanjo and ASIWAJU Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the APC presidential candidate, The Yoruba World Center has concluded arrangements to bring the Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibanjo, and ASIWAJU Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the APC presidential candidate, at the celebration of the new Olubadan of Ibadan land, Oba Senator Lekan Balogun, on June the 19th, 2022. The event, scheduled to hold at the University of Ibadan under the chairmanship of the former governor, Rashid Ladoja, is being put together by this center to formally introduce the new monarch to the larger Yoruba community by presenting him to Yoruba lords of business, politics, administration, and traditional rulers, to be hosted by the governor of Oyo State, Engineer Seyi Makunde. The coordinator of Yoruba World Center, Ogbeni Alao Adedayo, said that the earlier plan was to celebrate the new Olubadan amongst the traditional rulers and other leaders, and we had thus invited both the Vice President and ASIWAJU Tinubu. But we later realized that these two foremost political and government leaders from our own side here had just come out of a competition which generated lots of misunderstanding amongst our people. So we intensified efforts to ensure their presence for reapproachment, and we are glad to say they shall be with us on that day. We are not inviting them for politics, therefore, no politics will be allowed on the occasion. It is for them and other respected personalities to come and relax, enjoy the arts and culture of their own people, look at ways to make this culture become a tool for national unity, beneficial coexistence, youth development, and empowerment. You won't believe how glad we were when signals came that the two were coming to celebrate with the new Olubadan and the Yoruba people. Oba Senator Balogun was crowned on March the 11th, 2022, and the coming Sunday, 19th, marks his 100th day in office. Thus, the Yoruba World Center, in collaboration with the Oyo State Ministry of Information, Culture, and Tourism, and Tunde Odunlade Art Gallery, plans a huge celebration for the monarch. So, truth, and peacemaking, and all of that jazz. So, is that really necessary? Have they really come to truth? But really, I think what they are trying to do is to gather them within a Yoruba mix and then agree a Yoruba position. So there it is right there. I'll just bring you pardon me. I'll just bring you maybe a couple more stories. I want to bring you this story for no other purpose other than to document it just as a moment in history. Whatever it means, I'll bring it to you. Why I want to be Nigerian president, MKO Abiola's son. So, of course, we've just had the Democracy Day, which is essentially Abiola's day. So that name very much in vogue, in play at the moment. A presidential candidate under the People's Redemption Party, PRP, Kola Abiola, stated why he wants to be the president of Nigeria by contesting in the next presidential election come 2023. Abiola is the first child of late MKO Abiola, the acclaimed winner of the June 12, 1993 annulled presidential election, said he wanted to reset Nigeria with his party, which is one of the oldest in the country. He said this while speaking on Arise Television about his candidacy and issues surrounding the 2023 general election on Monday. He said, I want to be president because I believe it is time to he said, I want to be president because I believe it is time for a complete reset of Nigeria. and I did not make any mistake by joining PRP. I did my homework thoroughly before joining the PRP, and I joined it because it is the only party that has no baggage, no problems, or legacy issues. It is the only party that can convince the younger generation to get involved in the game and not just elect leaders. Abiola also said he was not intimidated by other more popular candidates from other political parties, saying he was confident of his chances to win over them even in the north. The chances of Kola Abiola are the chances of Kola Abiola is a surprise factor. Check the whole northern states, Kaduna, Katsina, Kano, Jigawa states. I will win those states again for PRP, he said. Kola Abiola had emerged the PRP presidential candidate on June the 6th after a keenly contested primary election in which the party delegates from the 36 states and the federal capital territory voted the aspirants from their respective states, whilst Abiola got 2,097 votes from across 36 states, including the FCT. His contenders, which include Dr. Usman Bugaji, came second with 813 votes, while Ms. K and Mr. Mosugu got blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. So there it is right there, Abiola's son in play. So what does that mean, and what does that name bring him in the political space? So we land on this one finally. This one I was going to abandon, but let me just document it for keep's sake. Ex-Central Bank Deputy Governor Moghalu dumps ADC days after losing presidential ticket, cites irregularity. A former Central Bank of Nigeria Deputy Governor Kingsley Moghalu has resigned his membership of the African Democratic Congress ADC. Correspondents had reported that Moghalu lost the 2023 presidential ticket of the ADC to the founder of Roots Television, Dumebi Katiku. Katiku is the younger brother of Nigeria's former Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Ibe Katiku. In a letter dated June the 13th, 2022, and addressed to Oke Umosu, ADC National Chairman, Moghalu said his leaving the party was as a result of the poor conduct of the presidential primaries. I am writing to hand in my resignation from my membership of the African Democratic Congress effectively immediately. I have resigned because of the process and conduct of the party's presidential primary on June the 8th, 2022 at Abeokuta revealed a fundamental clash of values between me and your leadership of the party. The letter reads, despite the circular you issued a few days to the primary committing the party to providing transportation and accommodation for delegates to and from Abeokuta, and which, as we agreed, would provide a level playing field for all the presidential aspirants, the party under your leadership failed to do so. Some aspirants, pardon me, some aspirants, including myself, made donations to the ADC party account as requested by the party for this purpose. This failure, which appeared intentional, created room for massive abuses of the electoral process, including delegate capture and financial inducement of delegates. And by the way, that is fraud, what Moghalu just described. If they were required to pay money into an account to provide travel and accommodation for delegates, and they did not, then that is fraud. This is only one of numerous inconsistencies and the absence of transparency and predictability in the management of the party that I had progressively complained about. As you are well aware, I have consistently resisted pressures to join the APC or PDP precisely to avoid cash and carry politics. For me to remain a member of the ADC, therefore, after what thousands of party members participated in at Abeokuta would be to endorse political corruption of a most obscene order. I joined the ADC in October 2021 with the best of intentions. Since then, I have put my entire team to work on growing and improving the party, including raising the party's visibility on all media platforms, recruiting more than 10,000 new members to the party, and providing new offices for various state chapters of the party at my expense. It is deeply regrettable that other inducements appeared to have played more important roles in determining the outcome of the primary than loyalty to the party. So that is our grapes right there, a sore loser, if ever there was one. So a sore loser, Theobala, I see you. Ajanle Koko, I see you. Baba Akure, I see you. Let's see, who else do we have? Charles, I see you. And Charles, I see you. Charles, can you mute yourself, please? Charles, can you mute yourself, please? Okay, let me just take you off the screen for a moment. Bartholomew, can everybody please mute themselves as you are coming in, because we hear the background noises from your systems. So, good to have you, gentlemen. Where am I kicking it off? Let me kick it off with you, Theobala. And have you speak then on Mogalu and Sour Grapes. Mogalu, what are you making of it?
Yeah, as in Mogalu living AD, right?
Yes.
I think there is a very big disappointment on Mogalu's side, because I think this is a party he has built over the years, or over time, the case may be. Living at this point now because he did not win presidential.
No, he didn't build the party. He just recently joined it. He joined it in October 2021.
Okay, 2021. I don't really know what would be his next move. I think it will be better for all fairness for him to remain in that party, since I already contested for the primary. Adibi, he has noticed something now before the primary. He said he decided to leave. It will be a different case so that he can go and pursue his ambition somewhere else. But as it stands right now, I don't know the reason why he say because of one or two manipulation. It's something I'm not really happy with. But with all honesty, if really he mean well for the nation, he should communicate his next plan to Nigeria and his supporters, because many people are actually really following him. So let's still communicate the next plan to Nigerians. And people believe in him because he's a young candidate. People believe his idea as well. So I will expect him not to go and join TINUBU or Atiku because of what he's
but should he not, though? Because Mogalu is an elitist now. Do you see Mogalu as a man of the people or part of the elite?
He's not really being part of the elite. He was fortunate enough to hold some position, yes. So the point is that the angle which people are looking him from is being a young person and being able to communicate his idea to people. But though sometimes it's only during election we normally see him. Thereafter, we will not even hear from him again. But I believe he should stand with the demography of people who are supporting him. That's just what I believe in that aspect. Then, or just remain neutral if that is the case. If he cannot do that, he remain neutral.
Festus Keyamo is inviting him to come and join the APC. Do you think he should take that invitation up, or do you think he should just stay out of politics for a few years? Because he's gone from YPP to, I'm not even sure how many parties he has been through. So he's been recycling himself in those fringe parties. He has done the cycle with pretty much all of them. So now it's the major parties now or nothing. So should he go to APC, Kingsley Mogadu?
I don't think going to APC will be a very big mistake for him, because APC don't believe in people with idea. APC don't believe people with people of talent. Because if Osibajo, with all he has, with all his idea, and he was unable to get the presidential ticket of the APC, I don't think Moghalu can do more better than Osinbajo, because we all know who Osinbajo is. We know how Osinbajo handled the Nigeria economy a few times he was given the opportunity to do so. With all those records, it was so it's a pity that APC did not look into that direction. Now, Kisni Moghalu going there, he will go and displace Osinbajo and other. Look at David Mahi. Look at what David Mahi did in what he's doing in his states. You know, I don't see Kisni Moghalu even going to that length of clinching the, except he want to accept other lower position, which will be very difficult in APC.
Do you think Kingsley Moghalu's ambition should be presidential? Because if you look at somebody like Soludo, for instance, Soludo was a full-blown governor of the central bank, and he has started at the right level as a Anambra state governor. But Kingsley Moghalu, having no history in politics, wants to take the presidency. Is he overreaching himself, or is he just playing it just for the clout and just to pose?
I think you are right, woman. The truth of the matter is that Kingsley Moghalu, if he should take the step or the level of what's it called, Charles Soludo, having resign or finish the position of a CBN, he is not the governor of Anambra State, and people are beginning to recognize what this man is doing, his sincerity, and his level of intelligence. If Kingsley Moghalu can go to Senate or House of Assembly, or as in House of Rep rather, another position, he can either be minister as well. It will be of a great idea for him. Maybe that is what he's looking out for now. If he join APC, I think those positions is what he's going to be eyeing. But in that case, it will be a he's just looking for self-achievement, or how will I put it? Because if you are really fighting for the people, stay for the cause, what you believe in. If you believe being the president of the nation will make him achieve his dream, or fighting for the nation, why not? He can continue that race. After all, the Ukraine president is not older than him, or younger than him, or more knowledgeable than him. So,
all right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Well put. So the name Abiola recurs within the Nigerian presidential space again. PRP, People's Redemption Party, not MKO, of course, because you cannot be on the ticket from heaven or wherever he is. But his first son, Kola Abiola, he fought hard to secure the ticket for the PRP candidature, and he's now presenting himself as an option to be Nigeria's next president. So what are you then making of Abiola's name on the ballot again?
I think it's the right step in the right direction. He might not get the presidential seat at this point, or even if he do, that would be very nice. But at least starting from now, we give him that popularity that he deserves, and I also want him as a person, or as a candidate of that party, to start giving Nigeria the solution. Start buying the mind of Nigerians, not the Aluta type. As in, start buying the mind of Nigeria, start speaking the message Nigerians want to hear. I didn't say you should go and start fighting the government or whatever, but speaking the truth to power, criticizing when it's necessary, and I think it's a right step in the right direction, and you should try as much as you can to galvanize the youth or the elderly, as the case may be. Sell his own idea. That's just the most important thing, because this 2023 structure and the people matters a lot, and how you are championing your idea.
Do you think the 2023 election is going to be led by ideas or traditional politics? Do you think it will be an ideas election or traditional politics?
In my own opinion, idea is a very critical thing when it comes to election, but it's so unfortunate in the Nigeria space. Most of the people don't believe in idea. It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate that we are having that kind of demography, or people in that region, or not believing in policies of idea. But the policies of idea, the question here is that people are now beginning to realize something. Maybe, okay, if this government have not done well, let's shift to the other side. If this government have not done well, let's shift to the other side. But it will be a good thing if they are listening to different ideas of different individuals. That's why I keep on saying, whoever wants to be the president of Nigeria should come to the masses, like should be visible. Go to radio stations, go to TV and all that. Not person going there on your behalf. No. Go there, express your view. If possible, let there be a call whereby Nigeria can call in, organize conferences, you know, tell them this is the reason.
But that's not the global tradition, is it? The global tradition is usually just a sit down with just maybe one or two journalist interactions, and then it's never really. I don't know that is the global convention.
I think I've seen a case like during Obama campaign, Joe Biden's campaign, even Donald Trump as well, going from different state to state. Then people will gather, they will ask questions. You see people raising
they
up
were
their hand.
they were doing halls, they were doing arenas. It wasn't, yeah, they were doing arenas as far as I understand.
Yes, okay. If you watch the question, like if you watch Arise, for instance, they will be asking questions. People are asking on the streets. I seen I see Rufai asking some of those candidates. Okay, on the street, on the social media, this is what people are saying. What do you have to make of this? Meaning they are not representing us. The question we are asking. That is the point I'm trying to say. Being visible for the masses.
All right, brilliant. So now to the space then, who steps down for whom? The only problem is who will be the presidential candidate and who will be the vice. So this is our not Kingsley Mogado, this is Reno Omokri speaking to that merger that we initiated the discussion about yesterday, but it's still very much in the front burner of political discussions as still today. So they are taking photographs and it's all smiles, but who will be smiling at the end of it? Whose ego is bigger, Kwakwanso or Peter Obi, Teobala?
Okay, thank you so much. I think if Peter Obi wanted the vice president, he would have gotten it in PDP easily. Maybe if that is what he wanted before now, he would have gotten that in PDP in the sense that I haven't noticed or believed that he will not be able to get the presidential ticket. He will just remain there. Definitely, Atiku will definitely pick him again as his running mate.
Oh, sorry, carry on.
Yeah. Atiku will definitely pick him as a running mate. As we speak right now, the of recent we hear some news about Atiku coming to woo him to his side. Definitely, he can still get the vice presidential ticket of the PDP as we speak right now. Even because there is what we call window of substitution. So you can still get that one. But the point is that Peter Obi don't want that. He don't want vice president. So I think, and Kwakwanso on the other hand, will be very difficult for him to step down for Peter Obi if they eventually come in agreement for them to run together. But I think it would be a better idea for Kwakwanso to step down for him, in my own opinion though. But I don't know what is on in their mind. But my advice to Peter Obi is that Kwakwanso or no Kwakwanso, he should try as much as he can to get another viable candidate from the north if Kwakwanso refuses to be his vice.
Do you anticipate that merger will fall apart fairly quickly?
Yeah, because that is the more reason I'm a bit skeptical about all this merger of a thing until when we finally get their approval or whatever they agreed upon. But I will just advise Peter Obi or Kwakwanso, as the case may be. My fear for Kwakwanso is that if Kwakwanso maybe want to continue his race on his own, my fear is that he may likely collapse his structure to either APC or PDP, maybe towards the end of the election, which might not be good for his own person, And if he remain on the contest or through the election till after everything, it will be nice for him, even if after he decide to go with NNPP on his own. It will be nice for the democracy. Let's see how the vote is going to be split across the nation.
But do you not think that for Peter Obi to penetrate into the north and all of this hoopla and all of these drum beats around his name is very good, but in terms of real politics, he has to penetrate into regions that are not his traditional base. And please, not all of this hoopla about Peter Obi is this, that, and the other. Here, in real political terms, he has to go with somebody of weight that can help him cut into that space. So he needs somebody at the level of Kwakwanso. So if this merger falls apart, then what other options does he have to make an insertion into the north?
I think there are other viable option which we still have not been able to confirm here, like Lamido Sanusi and other candidates in the north, which I believe they will make a very good VP at the end of the day. But the point is that it
Lamido
will be better
Sanusi is
if
not an
Kwakwanso can.
option. Lamido Sanusi is superior to Peter Obi now, both in
No,
status and in
the truth here is that each person, though it's not about superiority now to one another, in the sense that they are holding an office. They are holding an office that will give them a better opportunity, to come to the limelight and even eventually contest for presidency if they need be. But my own thinking is this: it might be that Kwakwanso might be giving Peter Obi a condition that, okay, if at all I'm going to be your vice, you can do 4 years, which is 110. Let me continue the other 10, as the case may be. Which I did not see anything bad in it if it happened in that format. But I'm just speculating though. But what I'm trying to say here in essence,
Do you know why why Kwakwanso would not take a vice? Why I think Kwakwanso might not take a vice position to Peter Obi? Kwakwanso does not see Peter Obi winning the presidency, so he sees no advantage in him being vice in a ticket that he knows will lose. So all of the cachet and all of the clout and all of the prestige that he wants is surrenders it to Peter Obi, knowing that Peter Obi would not take the seat. So there's no upside for him, apart from just jumping on the noise of that surrounds Peter Obi. I don't think he will subordinate himself to that.
According to you, say that is your opinion, right?
No, that is just based on the reality as they obtain.
Which we don't know what Kwakwanso might be thinking right now. The point here is that Kwakwanso on his own part definitely will not get more votes than Obi. Obi will definitely get more votes than Kwakwanso. Reason being that the North are very, very united in the race. For instance, Atiku is on the ballot. Definitely, the North will not too much divide their votes, either Kwakwanso or with Atiku to be the president. So it will be very difficult. And for the southern part of the country, I don't think Kwakwanso have a base here in the southern part of the country, which will be very difficult for him. And Peter Obi is penetrating towards the north. I think I listened to one of commentary today about how a northern person his brother called him, is a lecturer, that he should vote for Peter Obi. What am I trying to say?
Don't worry about all of that.
No. What I'm trying to say in essence
that adds nothing to anything. Yeah.
No. Listen, what I'm trying to say in essence is that the message you are preaching matters a lot, if more than the candidate you are even present. Though the candidate is very important, the message you are preaching also very, very important. So we want to see the message Kwakwanso is preaching that will be able to enable him to penetrate to the south. That is the aspect I'm just trying to say. That is the reason why I bring in that scenario inside.
But I just think Kwakwanso's ego is too big, and I also think that as much as the Peter Obi followership would not allow him to subordinate himself to Kwakwanso, Kwakwanso's movement, they would not allow him to subordinate himself to Peter Obi, especially if they are not confident that Peter Obi will become president, which is highly unlikely. So it is doomed to failure, the whole thing.
For me, if for Peter Obi to be vice to Kwakwanso, he rather forget the ambition of becoming the president, or if he's on his personal ambition, though, he can just go back to PDP. That is the case. So being a subordinate to Kwakwanso does not even make any sense at all.
Oh, all right, brilliant. But still staying with the Peter Obi.
One man, please. Good evening. I have a question for you, please.
Right.
Yes. Tiobala make a comment now. He said when you spoke about Abiola's son, he make a categorical answer that everybody know this guy is not gonna be the president. So sometimes.
No, I did not say that. I did not say that.
No. What did you say?
I said he might not.
Yes, well, that's you. He might not. But yes. Why don't all these small people, key into these two political parties? Because we know right here now, as we are speaking now, is only PDP or APC will be on that ticket.
I don't think so.
Will be on that presidency come 2023. So why all these people not just go to all this PDP and APC and flood them?
That's not how it works, Thomas. You have to understand that a lot of the politics that is playing, a lot of it is not necessarily for 2023. A lot of it is for a political narrative, just a debutant sort of politicking. So Abiola's son is debuting into political space. He knows he's not going to be the president of Nigeria in 2023, but through the course of that campaign, he will make his name known, he will make his policy position known, he will make his stance known, and he will make a lot of things known. So he comes into play as a top-level political actor, depending on how he performs. And then with
but one man, this is not the first time.
Don't worry about all that. That's what is playing. It's not going to be president. Is it going to be president or what? What are you saying?
I said this is not the first time of contesting. Do you know that?
Kola Abiola?
Yes.
When did he last contest?
He contested before, one man.
When?
Where?
I don't know the year. People can confirm it. He contested before. This is not the first time.
All right. But this idea of everybody cascading into APC, PDP, I'm not sure that is democracy. And I'm not sure that is story.
It will weaken our own democracy as well.
Yes.
Like now, if you check very well now, the force that the third force we are even talking about, let's assume Peter Obi is the third force or Kwakwanso is the third force, that they are bringing into the space now, making APC and PDP to be very scared right now, for them to change their narrative of politics, in the sense that they will believe that if they don't do well, people can definitely remove them from office. That is the more reason I'm even championing for this third force. Because they believe they can do what they want to do. At the end of the day, nobody can remove them. They believe that when they step into that office, they will spend 8 years. 8 years is not guaranteed for you.
A lot of what is going on is building political narratives, isn't it? So it's building political narratives, and also a lot of the things that people are looking out for Fiobala is not so much. Yes, of course, not everybody wants to know who wins and becomes the president. But we want to see the performance of all of the actors. So it is from that performance that tells you that a particular political narrative is chiming with the Nigerian person, and then that comes into the mainstream of politics to change the political dynamic. So Peter Obi is a very good test of that, because he's pushing hard a particular storyline, which seems to be rhyming with a lot of people. So from the performance, if he wins the presidency, that's fantastic. If he doesn't win it, then what was his performance? If he does sufficient enough to shake the old order, then that tells you that is the direction that the country wants to follow. So a lot of it, so we need all these other voices outside of the mainstream is really what I was trying to feel, Bala.
Yeah. Like you said, is the right thing in the right direction, in the sense that we cannot just allow this APC and PDP to keep on rotating themselves in the name of two political parties or whatever. At the end of the day, we'll have ourselves to blame, because they will keep on choosing themselves. The person with the highest bidder will always come up, and with their mode of presidential system or government now, like choosing the presidential candidate is not an ideal position for the country. You cannot just allow 700 or 2,000, the case maybe, to come and select person we are going to vote for the 200 million Nigeria. So it's something that is not welcoming. Having thought force to be a welcoming idea, and we cannot just write off this thought force of a thing. Remember, we said that change, the only constant thing in life is change. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. Like me, I keep on saying it. I have never voted any other party apart from PDP in my life. So me now championing Peter Obi, for instance, it seems that something have entered into me, same way maybe to other people. We don't know what will happen. And besides, APC and PDP might make mistake. At the end of the day, court might remove them for power, that the person who came talk can be the president. So anything can happen. So we don't know what will go to happen. But the point is that whoever you are supporting, support that person, whether the person lose or not. I voted Jonathan in 2019. He lose. I did not regret, because I know I did the right thing for myself. Though, because I was warned, I was told how things were in 1983 thereabout.
All right. Ajale Koko, did you want to come in? I saw you unmute yourself.
Before you continue, you mentioned the David Umahi.
No, I'm taking you there, but I think Ajale Koko wanted to interject. So Ajale Koko, did you want to come in?
No.
Oh, all right. All right, brilliant. Let me take. Who's that? Baba T?
No. I just wanted to say that I think that it's high time that the citizens demand that political ideologies shape the political parties. A party has to have an ideology. We cannot have a situation. That's why it's very easy for people to cross carpet from one party to another, because there's no ideology that the party stands for. So when you start to demand that the party stands for some kind of ideologies, that we know where they stand on issues, then we can build a better union. I think that's a good starting point.
Yeah, brilliant. And I've always seen somewhat I've always seen the APC as somewhat the Republicans, like you have it in America, and the conservatives as we have it in I actually see the APC as the Democrats as you have it in America, and Labour Party as we have it here, and the PDP as the Republicans and conservatives, because they are more like in theory money-centric elitist sort of a party, and in theory APC people-centric, just in theory sort of a party.
Yeah, because that takes the power away from that in the individual mindset. Like that way, I can question my politician on issues. I know where they stand on the economy, on businesses, on power, on education. I think that we have to start doing that. That way, we don't have to focus on the individual necessarily, but the party or the beliefs they stand for. That would be a good question. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So back to you, Theobala, and the space you wanted to go to. 2023 presidency. Umahi dumps Peter Obi, tells Ebonyi people to vote for Tinubu. So, I mean, that's fair enough, would you not say? Is that not fair enough, Theobala?
First of all, David Umahi was never with Peter Obi. How come he's now dumping him? They were never together. So, the idea of saying David Umahi dumping Peter Obi, moving to APC or voting for, telling people of Ebonyi State to vote, what's it called? Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is inconsequential. Because I have a very good friend of mine. He's an Ebonyi person. Very good. As you know, each time we discuss, he never mentioned, definitely everybody wants their best from their state. But the aspect of the national level, they keep on repeating, they said that the person they want to vote for is Peter Obi. Not because they want him because he's from the East, because of the policy, because the way he's communicating his idea to the general public. So David Umahi, if he were that good.
Sorry, Theobala. I think the people from Ebonyi State, they want to vote for him because he is from the East. There's no other, forget the policies.
What is
you are saying that the people that your friend from Ebonyi, he's saying that he wants to vote for Peter Obi, not because he's from the East, but because of his policies.
Yes.
But I'm questioning that somewhat. Because a lot of the people that follow Peter Obi, they are Easterners, and they tell you that it's not because he's from the East, because of the policies. But it's all right for you to support him because he's your kinsman.
As far as I'm from Edo State.
All right.
I have nothing to do with Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not the one paying my school fees in the US. You get me? So, as in, I can't remember the last time I've even traveled to the East. I have no business there. The truth of the matter is that it's what pains me as an individual I'm crying for. I see Nigeria with a lot of potential. I see Nigeria with people with great idea who can move the world, not just Nigeria alone, who can move the world. But our government are suppressing us. They are suppressing us. So I now see a man who have that vision, who is communicating that same idea I have within me, definitely I have every reason to support him. So going back to David Umahi telling Ebonyi people, wherever, it's just a political statement because you cannot expect David Umahi to be supporting Peter Obi because this man is full of ego. The man is a very good man. I'm going to say with you. He has done well with little resources he have with that.
You used to praise him a lot here.
David Umahi, of course, I have to praise him. See the people I'm praising. Osibajo, Peter Obi, David Mahi, and many others like that. I can never praise Rochas Okorocha. Will I praise Akpabio? Or will I go and start praising Tinubu? Or will I start going and praising who else? Oshomole for what?
Tiobala, why do you normally praise Osinbajo? What is Osinbajo has done?
I don't understand.
What is Osinbajo has done?
If you see the truth of the matter, let's take sentiment apart. Osinbajo is a man of intellectual. He knows what to do. Okay,
what has he done? What has he done?
Ask me a question. Can I answer? Osinbajo was given the opportunity to rule Nigeria for just a period of 2 or 3 months. I can't remember. You know, look at the policies he was making. I could remember when Osinbajo came to Benin, opposite just by Uniben complex at UBTH. When this man was speaking, I've never met him before. Since that day, I fell in love with this man. I haven't listened to Osinbajo during the last APC primary. Look at the idea this man was articulating. At least, I know I want Nigeria to move forward. So definitely that man is a right man to be with. So that is for a reason I'm supporting Osinbajo, please. And David Umahi, he just saying all those statements based on political statements. If he were to be that man with popularity, if he were to be that, he would have able to
do you think he put up a performance in Ebonyi State? Do you think he did well in Ebonyi State?
Perfectly, he did well.
Okay, so if he put up a performance, then his people would respect him. So that then makes it a very potent thing if he says he's not backing Peter Obi.
Well, see, there's one thing about SAT people, or you want the certain people in general, especially when it comes to SAT in general, and in short, majority of the people in the South, they are not moved by tribalism majorly. They are not moved by sentiment. For instance, you will see in those states, APC will win states, for instance. You will see at the presidential level, PDP will win. You will see in some states, for that same those states, for instance, person will be winning what's it called? Senate. For that same election, another person will be winning presidency or state governor, the case may be, for the same election on the same day. For you to know, those people, they are rational in their thinking, and they don't just follow one path. Say this is what they want to do. The point I'm bringing on because of that is that but people, yeah, they love David Umahi. He can even continue for the next 4 or whatever years he wants to continue. But when it comes to the presidential level, they will think differently.
Well, but would they not be guided by their governor rather than anything else?
No,
the governor usually controls the structure of politics in a state.
But people are not subservient to anybody.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you from there?
Anybody. So definitely, you see, nobody controls anybody, especially, let me use the word from the South, both Yoruba, the East and all that. No, you see people doing what is, it's only in some part of the country, I don't want to mention name, when you see some people, because you see one of their elders following one direction, all of them will vote in that block. You know, we have come here a number of times. You'll see a Yoruba man argue with another Yoruba man. You'll see a Edoma argue with another Edoma. Why? Because everybody have their own idea and they vote in that line. So it's not going to be possible telling people to move. No. It's not going to be possible.
All right. Thank you, Theobala. So thank you, Theobala. Let me go from you, Theobala, to engineer. And engineer, I want to play you a video clip for you to react to. So this now, it speaks to the sort of elections that we are going to expect in Nigeria in 2023. It's going to be an election like no other. And all this permutation that we're making on data and history, we may well have to discard that. What this, engineer?
Here is my parish in my village. And right now, you can't have access to the church without your PVC. That's my assistant parish priest, and he means business this morning.
So if you don't have your PVC today, you will not attend.
We mean business this morning. Mass was supposed to be by 6 o'clock, and this is 6:15, and we are still out. Nobody is allowed access to the church. we must come with us. You must show your PVC or evidence of registry for your PVC to access the church. This is St. Matthew Catholic Church, Uchugwa, and this is live and direct. Without your PVC, you are not going in. Without your PVC, you can't enter the church. Without your PVC, you can't enter the church. This is live and direct.
It will bring our children also. It will bring others into office and better this country.
Oh, okay, so you get the idea, engineer. So that was a church in the southern part, southeast, wherever, somewhere. But that scene that you saw on that clip, it repeats in the southwest, it repeats even in the north, and it repeats all over the country. The church space are now insisting that for you to attend service, you have to show evidence of your PVC. That's also repeating in offices and every other place of influence, that before you can gain access, you have to show your PVC. So what is this telling us? This is telling us, and INEC is also reporting an avalanche of new entrants into the voting space. So all the records and all the data that we're permutating with, a lot of them, we can jettison it because this 2023 election is almost looking like a ground zero. Engineer, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, greetings to you, one man, and greetings to you, brothers. Well, something that we need to realize here, one man. I'm gonna speak on two things here because PVC has nothing to do with place of worship, and for the man of God to come out and start saying things like this is a bit kind of very sad. And the second thing that I'm just gonna pinpoint here is other religions, they don't do that to their followers or to their worshippers. So why is it that it's the Christian that are championing this? Something you need to understand here, woman. The church could speak on that, but telling people not to come to church or not to come inside the church without your PVC, then that means something fishy is going on there, because you people have to respect place of worship, regardless whether PVC or no PVC. It's a place of worship. But if a man of God will come out and start championing things like this, that means something is not right, and it's quite sad.
You don't think that this is, you don't approve of this, do you not?
Yeah, woman. Like I said, it's a place of worship. You have to respect the place of worship, and
but
I said
religion and politics, they've always been intertwined.
We know, but woman, look, today any native doctor can't tell his people coming to visit him they have to come with their PVC.
Why not? Should they not?
Why will he ask them to come with their PVC?
That the oracles, the gods have said.
No. This time, this time around, the gods won't say anything about PVC. Rather, the gods will need more money. That's just the fact. And if you look, other religions, I don't think they can champion things like this. That's the way I see it's impossible. So, and well, it's up to Catholic Church for them to wake up and realize that politics has no say in the place of worship, and it's quite sad, and it's unfortunate, because with all these things they're doing, they should focus on what is happening in the churches of Nigeria and how people are being massacred. Instead of that, coming and saying
you don't think the church should encourage congregants to participate in politics?
Yeah, why not? Why not? They are. It's a welcome idea, but what I'm saying there is, don't punish your church members because of PVC.
Yeah,
there are so many ways.
No, but it's bringing it to sharp focus, the seriousness of it.
Yeah, but one man, something you need to understand. There are so many ways you can table this issue to them. While you're preaching, you can still put things in order for them to come and get their PVC done, or get any of the PVC company of the PVC whatever they call them. They should come to the church and put in things in place so that people that are worshiping, they after worshiping, they can go and register the PVC or do one or two things to make sure they're up to date. But you coming and championing it, saying it to your church member, that's a blow. That's a blow to Catholic Church. I must be honest to you.
All right. Let me take you to the real politics of it then, and the merger between Kwakwanso and Peter Obi. Let's put it that way: NNPP and Labour Party. Reno Amokri, he's asking a simple but pertinent question that goes to the heart of that matter. The only problem is who will be the presidential candidate and who will be the vice. Reno Omokri reacts to report of Peter Obi and Kwakwanso merger. So that may well be a simple question the way he's trying to put it, but that question goes to the very heart of make or break of that. So somebody has to park their ego, but whose ego is best parked? Who best serves as the lead in that mix? And even if that person best serves, will the person that he needs to step down willingly step down? So who gets the lead in that mix? Kwakwanso, Peter Obi.
Well, it's going to be a tough one in between the two of them. The both of them, they need each other. That's number one. Two, if Peter Obi should go to say, okay, Kwakwanso should step down, he will definitely need Kwakwanso to be his backbone for him to champion everything. And also, if Kwakwanso want to go in, he will still need Peter Obi to champion everything so things can go well. The basic fact is going to be a challenging in between the both of them. But something you need to realize again is how far these people are going. That's just something we need to know, because the way things are going on, I keep saying it, when it comes to 2023, APC and PDP will gang up on this group, whether we like it or not. They will make sure they start fighting them, and they will make sure they will bring every resources these people they did during their tenure to just siphon them down. But something again that is gonna champion these people, wow, it's just gonna be tough. One man, it's going to be tough. Both of them need each other, and them stepping down, well, all the best. That's all I can say for now.
All right, brilliant. And Abiola's son's entry into the political space, I think this is really just a debutant sort of move. Thomas was suggesting that he had run before, but I have no recollection of that. So Abiola's son now, PRP, one of the mainstay long-standing political parties within the Nigerian space, he promises us that he's going to be the next Nigerian president. He's not. But really, what are you looking to see from him in this his first outing into senior level politics? Kola Abiola, engineer.
If I know him personally, I'll advise him to just go and get a job with House of Rep or Senate House and just stay there for the time being. Because coming and saying he's going to become a Nigerian president, you said if something bites you once, you need to think twice, innit? So him coming and saying he wants to go, I must be honest to you, he should look at history, what happened previously to his own dad. So he just have to be careful, because Nigeria is a country that if you can't beat them, then you join them. Politics is a dirty game.
So is he willing to sacrifice? Is he willing to dedicate? Is he willing to succumb? So those are the things that he has to be very, very, very careful, because Nigerian politics is too dirty. It's very, very dirty. That's all I can say for now.
All right, brilliant. Well put, engineer. So, engineer, I want to put the question that I put to you previously to Meadowman, only because I'm keen to have his understanding on it. So, Meadowman, I was speaking to engineer about the Peter Obi Kwakwanso space, and it's something that is still in play. But Reno Omokri is asking a pertinent question that who steps down for whom? And it is in that decision that I am anticipating that this merger will fall apart. But if this merger falls apart, Peter Obi will need somebody of Kwakwanso's weight to be able to penetrate into the north. So how does he play it? What does he offer? And who of that weight will subordinate himself to Peter Obi's ticket? Meadowman, let's hear your thoughts on those. Meadowman. My goodness me. Are you there, Meadowman? Are you there? Oh, all right, we must move on. Let me come to you, but Ajanle Koko. Sorry, you must be willing to speak if you come on. So I'm going to let Meadowman go. It really irritates me when that happens. But let's come to you, Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, that space that I opened up to Meadowman, let's hear from you.
What's the space again? I didn't hear
No, I was saying that the merger between Peter Obi and Kwakwanso, the talks are still ongoing. But Reno Omokri is asking a pertinent question that who gets the presidential slot and who gets the vice position? So I'm saying that it'd be very difficult for Kwakwanso to subordinate himself to Peter Obi, especially his movement will not allow that. And I don't see that merger coming to fruition. But Peter Obi will need somebody of Kwakwanso's weight and quality to be able to penetrate into the north. But who of Kwakwanso's weight and quality would subordinate themselves to Peter Obi's ambition with the thought that Peter Obi might not win that presidential seat? So a presidential vice of a strong weight for Peter Obi, who comes into that bracket? Ajanle Koko.
Thank you, woman. Let me first of all urge everybody listening to us around the world to please click on the like button, share, and you can subscribe if you have not subscribed. And woman, I think both of them are just meeting. I don't see anyone stepping down for each other, because both of them are in different party, and both of them are presidential candidates of each of their party. So there's no basis for any one of them to step down for each other. What could be the working relationship between them? Maybe it's for the future. I don't think you can work on this presidential race. Looking at what both of them have as their, political strength. Kwakwanso have that political strength than Peter Obi. Kwakwanso have members of his group in Kano as APC, as councillors, House of Rep, Senate, Federal Rep. Obi does not have nobody. Labour doesn't have anybody. And NMPP is getting strong and stronger in the Northwest. Some few days ago, a lot of members of APC. Some went to PDP and some went to NMPP. So the NMPP is is gaining momentum in the Northwest. So where is Obi gaining momentum? It's just online. We don't know we don't know each state. We don't know the particular state is gaining momentum.
Okay,
Maybe,
so Ajale Koko, Obi has strength in the southwest, in the southeast. We have to concede that, but he needs more than the southeast to become the Nigerian president. So he needs a strong presence in the north for him to be at the front table, at the top table. So that strong sort of presence will be somebody like Kwakwanso. So if it doesn't work with Kwakwanso, where does it go?
well, yes, he need Kwakwanso more than Kwakwanso needs him, or maybe both of them need each other. Why I've said we don't know where Obi is gaining strength. Yes, we know that youth in the east are chanting Obi, but we know those that are controlling the east. We have some states that are controlled by APC, and we have some states that are controlled by PDP, and those are the people still in place there. We have one state controlled by APGA. So if we want to go by position of strength, Labour has no place in terms of governmental position right there. So we have APC, we have PDP, and we have APGA. So, but on Kwakwanso side, NMPP, we have some elective members' position that are moved out from APC to NMPP in Kano, in Jigawa, in some other state. Kwakwanso, on the technical aspect of it, is on the stronger position than Obi. So, but their talk now, I think it's just a talk to sit down and just eat chicken and rice and drink pepper soup and this thing, because they cannot achieve anything now. They cannot step down for each other. But it might be for future election. But for now, it's just an exercise in futility. They're not going to stay because Obi supporters will never allow Obi to step down. And Kwakwanso will not step down for him because Kwakwanso is in the position of strength politically than him. So that is just it, one man. So I don't see anything coming out of their meeting now. It's just a meeting to eat rice and chicken and pepper soup and
so
maybe apple and ishewu.
All right. So who does it go to then? Because we agree, he has to penetrate the north. So who gives him access to the north?
He got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
He got a lot of work to do. The party Labour itself does not have structure around the country. According to one information a guy was saying, maybe in the report he read to us, that they only have presence in 6 states and they don't have across the country. And that is true. It's not lie, they don't have. Because in the last presidential election, they only got 5,000 votes. So they have to build the structure first. And building structure means they have to open offices across the country. They must have personnel working in that office and those offices, and they must have presence in every ward, in every local government, in every state across the federation. And and they must be ready to have agents from the party that we man a polling booth across the country as well. We have 150 or maybe 155,000 polling booths, and they must have minimum of 2 agents in each vote. I mean, in each polling booth. That alone, we go to about 300,000 or 300,000 people.
But they are claiming they have an army of volunteers. Ajanle Koko. What's going on? Yeah. I'm saying they are claiming they have an army of volunteers.
Well, let them be claiming whatever they want to claim. Until when you have the structure in place, that is when people will know that you are serious. So that you must have presence in every ward, in every local government area, in the federation, in every state, and that is when you will start. That is the structure right there, and then the people to drive the mobilization of Nigerians out to come and vote. So it is money driven, it is time consuming, and it is a lot of work. A lot of things have to be committed into this. It's not just by chanting or making noise, what do you call it? Noise in the marketplace that can only remain in marketplace. It can't get to nowhere. So people want to see that structure, and what can show your performance on election day that we show that you really have the structure, because election results will come from every ward, will come from every local government and across the state, and that is what will prove that you have the structure. Right now, they don't have evidence to prove this, so we cannot agree that they have any structure. People talk is cheap. Talk is very cheap. You can say whatever you want to say, but when it's not been put into action, we cannot believe that crap. So it is action. Action speaks louder than voice, and not.
How long do you think before this old Peter Obi thing it peters out? Because the reality of it is that it's just a flash in the pan thing. That's what it looks like in the main. But how long do you give it before it peters out?
Let me tell you, if they are really serious, if they are really committed, and if they have the funding, because this takes a lot of money across the state. Those offices that you're going to have in every local government and in every state of the federation, you must have people there that must be paid. Nobody wants to work for free, because right now they are a new party. It's a new party. A new party must show seriousness, and to show seriousness that you are ready, you must have personnel that are going to be ready, must be present in your offices, if not 24 hours, at least for 12 hours a day. And you must be getting report. They must be, have people on the field across the federation that must be on the ground, driving mobilization, bringing reports to those offices, and report about reports that will help you to improve, to know areas where you are doing good, where people are responding to you good, people are not responding to you, and it's a full-time job. It has to be a full-time job till the election day. And people that have to do this must be paid. It's not free. People not going to be in the office for free. How would they move from their house to the office and go back home to eat, to feed their family? This is where the APC and PDP have the money. They have the money to drive this because they are in the government. They loot money. They have the money to give around. They have governors that can fund it in every state. And where they don't have governor, in the state where they don't have governor, they have senators, they have House of Rep, they have some councillors that can personally fund those structure. And in some states where they don't even have any senator or anything, another state governor can take up that responsibility to fund another state. Wike has done that for so many states. Wike fund some state in the north. And all these things that we have, that PDP has no governor. Wike fund them. Yes.
Yeah, just on that space that you opened up, in terms of people still keep talking about, and these are some of the reasons why that merger will fall, because Kwakwanso knows that there's no solid footing under the hoopla around Peter Obi. So Nigeria now has 176,846 fully fledged polling units. So 176,846 fully fledged polling units. So as you said, in order to ensure that you are represented and you are not cheated in any way, you need a minimum of at least 2 people in those polling units.
Yes.
So we are looking at what? At least 500,000 volunteers thereabouts, or agents of some sort. In all of those, because we're talking about the presidential race. So every polling unit has to be manned. So they're saying they're going to have volunteers and all of these. But who covers the logistics of the volunteers? Like you said, their transportation, their accommodation, their well-being. Who covers that? So do the volunteers self-fund to volunteer? Who accredits them? Who trains them on what to do? 500,000 people between now and February.
That's a big responsibility, one man.
So that's structured. When they're talking about structure, that's what they mean when they're saying structure.
Yes.
You know, which office do they report to? Those two volunteers, they have to be supervised by somebody.
Yes.
So they have to be set. So we're talking really about a team of 4 to 5 per polling unit, 170-something thousand polling units.
Polling unit. So that's a big responsibility, and to make it work and function effectively, it is money. It is not volunteer. All those nonsense they're talking that they are volunteer is just nonsense.
Even the volunteers, they will still need logistics. Even if they say they get 500,000 volunteers, they will need logistics.
Yes.
Who's going to fund the logistics?
Who is going to fund the logistics? So they don't know. They don't know what.
One man, can I come here?
Yeah, come in, Teobala.
Okay, fine. You know, sometimes when we are making analysis, we just try to be blinded by all other options.
Right.
The truth of the matter is that we seem to be tackling issue the same way it has been before. This is changing every day.
Okay, describe that change.
Okay, fine. Before now, you have never seen people or a prince telling his member, if you don't have PVC, don't enter church. Before now, you have never seen where people are doing different matches or doing different concerts. But the point I'm trying to raise here in essence is that as I speak with you right now, millions of Nigerians, thousands of Nigerians are ready to donate money. Talking about money, Nigerians are ready to donate money to that account, to fund the account. And besides, you are talking about funding. What is
no logistics? 176,846 fully fledged polling units. So
it's not political. It's not political party that handles election. It's the responsibility of INEC to conduct election, and Nigerian government.
No, you are mistaken. At every polling unit, every party, every serious party has an agent or two.
Sure.
To make sure that as they are counting, they are not miscounting, and they leave it to INEC to count it and go. Of course, they have a person or two there.
Yes, I'm coming
to protect their interest. Yes,
that is the more reason I say people should open to a new idea.
Right.
The fact that this were done in traditional way does not mean that I go to repeat.
So what's the new idea?
Right now, votes are going to be transmitted electronically. What that means is that as you are thumb printing, it's appearing on INEC server. That is to say, what will happen? They will now match what you are transmitting with the one on their server, because you are still going to take a picture as it transmit, and they will match it together. If there's any one that you are doing that is contradicting to the one on their server, they can still report that. So telling me structure people, one man, please, I just want you to take this on notice. What Nigerian youth are doing right now, before now, political party pay people to do what people are doing right now. This is part of the money we are talking about. People are using a kind of platform you have right now to advocate for a single candidate. Before now, they're supposed to come and pay you one man. For instance, if you're advocating for one candidate, they're supposed to come and pay you for you to do this for them. It will require a lot of money. But you, for instance, you are not doing it for free.
But you are going on a journey. But
it's not on a journey.
My question is quite specific. So speak to the specificity of it rather than the.
Okay. No, I'm trying to bring a narrative in the sense that when you talk about structure, people are the structure.
No, forget all that. No, forget all. Let's narrow it. No, you want to narrow it down to where the conversation is. So the conversation is the nearly 200,000 polling units. Let's round it off to 180. The 180,000 polling units that are all over Nigeria, from Sokoto to Borno to Abeokuta to Jalingo, every single space, further flung, interior, deep to reach, and easy to reach, all of that. So all those polling units, 180,000 of them, every other party, at least the two foremost parties, they will have a minimum of 2 agents to make sure that their interest is not subverted. So you are saying they are thumb printing, it goes directly to INEC. Yeah. If nobody is there to supervise anything, you'll be surprised that those thumb prints will record something that is not recorded.
Yeah,
so somebody has to be there to protect your interest. So where is the Labour Party going to get the 400,000 people that are going to man these polling stations? And then those people have to have a cover. So we're talking about 3 per polling unit, 180,000. There is logistics in terms of them traveling to and fro the polling units. There is feeding. There is all sorts of incidentary expenses. So miscellaneous, they call that. So all of that, how is that covered? So forget all the
hoopla, to go straight to the point. To go straight to the point. Like what? The point is that people are contributing money as we speak right now, though they are not making public, though, because of some certain issue with related to campaign.
Right.
Even I myself here, I know I've already volunteered. I know how much I'm contributing to that account.
Okay.
My point is that if other Nigerians, people are calling, they want to contribute across the world. So you cannot tell me the money will not be there. Doyen Okukpe said it, one of his interview granted. He said that he calculates billion, like almost about 400 or so, to be able to run Nigeria election. All these things you are talking about now, one man, he already put into account. The only thing you should be telling me is that with those two people we are going to match in each of the polling unit, will they be compromised? If you are talking about that one,
no. Hold on. You know it's 8 months to election day. You know that, right? 8 months. Okay, so Labour Party has nothing. Ajale Koko told you now that in the last election they scored 5,000 votes. So that 5,000 votes, it tells you a lot about that party. One, that they don't have structure, they don't have reach, they don't have anything. But the new mix is Peter Obi. So with this Peter Obi now, they are golden Trojan. So with him now, all of that structure that they did not have that landed them in 5,000 votes, they now have to, and those 5,000 votes, by the way, they were just staff and family members, nobody else. So from 5,000 votes, they go and seize the presidency.
Fine.
Is that what
Can I ask a question?
I'm coming. Before you ask me a question, let me answer this one first of all. It's a different narrative as we speak right now. You know, it's a people's movement.
Right.
They are working on it day by day. They have just 8 months left, which is a very big amount of time to work
Right.
at things very well. So we cannot be here speculating for no reason or trying to say one or two things that is not in reality with what is going to happen in future. You know? Yeah.
Interesting. Babati.
Yes, I was going to ask him about, because you and Angelico mentioned that you need to have over 300,000 people to, as agents, not even talking about staff and all that stuff, but just agents for the polling vote. So actually, you need close to 500,000. But let's just say 300,000.
No, 500,000 is even conservative. You need because sorry, Babati, just to you still have. But let me give you the data, and I'll also put the link in the comment section just so people don't think I'm making up figures. It says Nigeria now has 176,846 fully fledged polling units. So a minimum of 2 persons, and really ideally 3 persons per each polling unit. 176,000. So
because you will need somebody to coordinate those people as well.
Of course.
You will need So I'm saying that let's even assume that he has the numbers that want to volunteer to help him out. Does he have the funding to manage that logistic? Do they have enough?
Yes, the funding is there
to manage 500,000 people.
I tell you the funding is there.
The funding is there. This guy.
Seriously, see, I will advise us on this platform not to too much dwell on this matter. Let's give it like 2 months or a month from now. Let's see what plays out. Let's just stick on the issue and let's be objective whenever we are trying to argue, not try to talk one or two
I was asking for clarity. I was not trying to doubt. I was just asking you.
Not you. No, I'm not. I think I've answered your question that the money is there.
One man, can I
hold on, Thomas? In 2 to 3 months' time, I think Obi would have been negotiated out of the ballot. It would have been.
I don't think so because Obi. I don't think so. Obi is a man of integrity who is not compromised with this money policies and all that. He believes on a cause, and the cause he's fighting right now is not for his own personal purse. It's for the betterment of the country, Nigeria.
All right. Yeah, Thomas wanted to come in.
Yes, as Ajale Koko rightly said earlier on, I just want to buttress what he said. On channels, when they interview Dele Momodu asked a question. He said, can Obi spend his hard-earned money?
No, that's been covered now. Hold on, Thomas. Teobala has already said that it's crowdfunding. So it's not Peter Obi.
Crowdfunding. Yeah. No problem. Let's move on.
All right, back to you, Ajale Koko. But it's not so much trying to do Peter Obi down, but it's a lot of this narrative that we heard around when Nnamdi Kanu was in his full pump. It's the same tone and texture, and everybody knew that it wasn't really anything. But we're back there again. But Ajale Koko, maybe I'm just too cynical.
I think what's it called? Nnamdi Kanu fight is quite different. Others are talking about division. We don't want to divide the country. And every Nigerians are feeling the heat one man. One man, if you see what is happening in the country.
No, we know all that. I'm
coming. No, I want to just oppose it with the narrative we are trying to paint here. Nigeria are feeling the heat. See, Obasanjo was the president of this country. People in Ogun State are still suffering right now. As in, when I mean people, not everybody though. Buhari is the current president of Nigeria. People in Katsina, majority of them are still suffering.
Right.
Osinbajo is the vice president of the country. People in Ogun State or where he is from are still feeling the. What about Goodluck Jonathan? The point is that we are talking about a good Nigerian, rather a better country. So what we are talking about is not just because a man wants to go and fight for a personal purse.
Teobala, nobody, we are all on that train that you just described. That train to change. Every one of us is on it. We are on that train to change. So that's not nobody's quibbling that space. The suffering, the need for change, in a discarding of the old order. But we're talking about the reality of it. So all this grand talk on social media, this, that, and the other. We're talking about boots on the ground, real life, real on the ground politics. we're talking about 176,000 polling units to be manned by a minimum of 3 people nationwide. And we're talking about a party that scored 5,000 votes in the last election. So that's what we're talking about.
Okay, I think this guy said it. I don't know this Yoruba guy that always do comedy. Oh, I forget his name. What they say, I don't know his popular name. No.
Macaroni.
As macaroni, thank you. During this concert they had that day, he said something. He said they said they are only on social media. Are we not on ground here right now? For it to, as in the tune at which he used it, it showed to you that Nigerians are ready for this cause.
Yeah, all right.
On a normal day, that statement that guy make, they're supposed to pay him thousands of naira or in dollar to be able to make such statement, but he's making it for free for a particular candidate. So my point is that we cannot just come here start flogging issue because we just want to, ridicule somebody or just want to talk somebody down.
Is that what you think is going on? That it's an attempt to ridicule?
No, I think you as a person, you try to ask questions so that you'll be able to get facts from somebody. But people responding to you, they are not be able to be objective enough to be able.
Do you think you are objective, Teobala?
Yes, you know what I'm
objective. You think you're objective?
Yeah, I think so because I'm following the masses, not just this thing. I'm not giving it to Peter. I'll be 100%. That's just the simple truth. Of course.
All right, thank you, Teobala. So back to Ajanle Koko. Back to you, Ajanle Koko. It's a complex situation, but also very simple and clear. It's very complex and simple and clear at the same time. How is that possible, Ajanle Koko?
One man, you see, this is
Do you need a moment?
This is let me come back, one man. Let me come back.
All right. Let me come to Ola. Ola, that space. It's I don't know where the complexity is, and I think the complexity is because everybody wants to be delicate about people's sensibilities. But if you wanted to be brutal, you can just present the facts. But even with the facts be digested, or are you even missing something that others are seeing? That this phenomenon is such at the level that the way they see it is what obtains, and you are too beaten down and too cynical by traditional politics to see it. So where do you see this balance of this narrative that keeps recurring, Ola?
To me, like I said, I don't care if someone throws stones, but I will say the way I see this thing. As far as I'm concerned on this Peter Obi, as of now, I don't know of tomorrow. All this thing we hear, all this phenomenon is nothing but noise. Until I see people start volunteering and positioning themselves for Obi, then I agree. Do I think like over 170-something thousand polling units? Do I think Obi can get those people to monitor that? Of course, yes, it's very possible. If what people are saying is real, if it's not propaganda, of course it's possible, because I know how the people in diaspora, how they can move very fast to even raise money to support Obi if they see Obi as a viable candidate. Even personally, as I speak against the chances of Obi, within myself, I prefer Obi. But when I look at the situation in that country, do I think Obi stand a chance? No, because we have two major candidates and two major parties that they control the resources of the country. APC, the way APC is, for example, they can go wide, they can go gaga to the point that they can even print money to make sure they buy everything. Because it's not going, the money they are going to spend now is not going to be about TINUBU alone. If you look at it critically, it's going to be about those people more than TINUBU that want to sustain themselves in power. Those are the things we should be looking at. They can even go brutal, they can even go violent when it comes to this thing. As we speak today now, You see, there are some ongoing campaign. I heard it somewhere today, you know, Nyamini, when they were saying all those kind of things, VP, the Christian VP, all those kind of things. As they are mobilizing in the South, so they are mobilizing to that. People are saying whatever, they are using Aljana, everything to threaten those people in the North that now decide to vote for a Southerner or someone that is a Christian. These guys, they don't even want to take Christian VP for this guy, for TINUBU, for example. So that is how complex this situation is. But in the South, just because some of us that we are within the middle class, that we have access to all this facility, we can make our propaganda. But we don't know what all those Hausa men that are carrying their carrier about radio, we don't know what they are listening to in the North too. Because sometimes we think we are the only one discussing this politics just because all those guys are not on social media like us. Meanwhile, they are being mobilized right from their mosque, right from their polling unit, and from the local government or from the traditional leaders. So that's just the way it is. Yeah, Obi can still get people in those polling units, does not necessarily translate into number of votes that is going to get. Because one thing is for you to have someone to man the polling unit. One thing is for you to have people that will go down to that place and tell people that this is why you have to vote for Obi. You see, you can carry your flag and put your flag there and say, okay, this is Obi, you represent Obi, and nothing will happen. But someone from that place, maybe it belongs to Peter Obi, and it's one of them trying to win a seat under the umbrella of Labour Party.
Ola, are you in front of a screen?
Okay, I'm in front of the screen, yeah.
Okay, let me share the screen with you. Because Adeleko was saying that Labour Party got 5,000 votes in the last election. And I was trying to check that. But even from where I've been able to reach, this is the polling from, so you can see Nigeria's presidential election results are 2019. So you see the APC, 15,000, etc. The PDP, 11,000. PCP, 107,000, ADC, 97,000, APGA, 66,000, but it doesn't then go on to tell you what Labour Party scored. Actually, it goes on. Yes, APGA, YPP, Kingsley Moghalu, 7. So they are not even recorded. So where are they even in 2019? You know, so poor is the party that it has no recording. I can't say recording anywhere of anything Labour Party. And this is a vehicle then that has no recording. Ajane Koko has dug deeper to establish that they had 5,000 votes as early as 2019. And this is the vehicle that will seize the Nigerian presidency. So when a lot of people are saying, you know, this is a bit of, you're just too polite to call it a nonsense. But there is no sense in this narrative we're hearing.
Who was the presidential candidate?
Who cares? He didn't make a dent.
We don't know him. Even I myself, I voted for PDP.
So there it is now.
Not that my vote is not leaving PDP to Labour now.
Situation in 2019 may be different from situation in 2020. You see,
right?
When we look at the
But would that situation change that much from 5,000 votes to the presidency?
You see, when we are trying to analyze data too, we must look at the causal effect too. Now, we have to know that the presence of Obi as the VP to Atiku may be very significant in PDP getting that vote. And we know right from onset that the East, they vote for PDP, right? Now, when their own son is there, that sentiment too will go to their son. Now, if Obi is now coming under Labour Party, it's another kettle of fish this time around. I don't expect PDP this time around to have the kind of vote they had in 2019 under PDP. No, I think it will go for Obi. Even if the middle class, the workers, all those people that are grieved about what is happening, that were already deceived by APC, if they were given this chance to, they will likely go to Labour Party. You understand? It's not as if, see, this time around, we expect Labour Party to cross the boundary of million. You know, they can get million votes. But for example, when I say, just because they are not tackling the grassroots.
All right. Sorry, Ola. I'm going to share that screen again. You still have the floor, but I want us to, because now we want to start boring down into the minutiae of details and data and what to play out. So the let's start first with the five Southeast states, and then we attribute their votes to Atiku. So in Ebonyi State, they had about 220,000 votes. In Anambra, they had about 524,000 votes. Which other states do they have in the Southeast?
Ebonyi.
In Ebonyi State, they had about 260,000 votes. In Imo State, they had about 335. Let's round it off. And in Enugu, they had 355,000 votes. So we're rounding it off. So of course, a lot of that vote because of PDP, a lot of it because of Peter Obi. But let's give all of those votes to Peter Obi. So we have approximately a totality of about 2 million votes. So what does that become?
That is where I now talk about structure now, because when we talk about structure, people think it's all about establishing office alone, like someone will say, people are structured. Yeah, people are structured, but we talk of cluster of voters. Now, those cluster of voters we are talking about, someone must convince them to drop their old ideology and embrace Obi. Now, you need people, if you like, call them marketers. It's just like when you have a product.
Hold on. Don't go to staying within this space. So if Peter Obi takes all of the southeastern states to the volume of all of the votes that went to PDP, so that still gives him not 5, but just under 2 million votes. So then how does he then get the other votes to become Nigeria's president?
Like I said, it is dicey because a lot of things is against Obi. What is against Obi, like I said, is this. When I talk of structure, I say emphasize on structure. If he can get enough structure, don't concentrate on presidency alone. Go to those states, prepare to hijack some seat for the state assembly, prepare to hijack some senatorial seats. Those people that will win that thing, if you have your members that can win all those seats, it simply means that those people, they can deliver more votes too. And not such. And never underrate what NORTRH can do, especially Plateau State, where they are kidnapping their bishop and their camp person too. You see, the sentiment that Obi is a Christian may go directly to Obi, and they vote for Obi. And
but we are now in the realms of deep speculation. So that's deeply speculative because there's
even the past data we have to, we are using it to speculate what can happen.
Yeah, but we have data to speculate, but you have reached into speculating on what people's thoughts would be.
That's exactly quantitative. Like you say, when we are analyzing data, sometimes quantitative alone can mislead us. That's why I say that data analysis is beyond quantitative. You add qualitative too. You must know the reason. When you see this number, what is the reason? What is significant to that number?
All right.
It could be the reason for this number. And now the same qualitative that allow Obi to gather this number for Atiku, for example.
And by the way, hold on. Before you get to, it's for the purpose of the academic exercise that we're saying Peter Obi got this, because traditionally PDP has always held the Southeast. So we don't know how much Peter Obi is a factor in all of these votes. But just to gift as much to him, we're giving him all of these votes. I'm not even sure if he's responsible for 20-30% of it, but for the benefit of argument, we're giving him all of the votes in the Southeast. I want Teobala to come in because at Teobala, we're not looking at data. and that's raw data in front of you right there. So the whole of the Southeast, less than 500,000 votes, and that is the core base of Peter Obi. So for him to do all of these things that a lot of you guys are describing all over social media, he has to reach beyond the Southeast. And for him to reach beyond the Southeast is not just this internet noise making. He has to be foot on the ground, alliance politics, are going to the power brokerage within all of these regions to reach and cut into that. So how does it cut into the northern space? How does it cut into Yoruba land?
Okay, before now, when analyzing data, we now use the present data, previous data to forecast the future occurrence or whatever, how it's going to happen. But with the advancement of technology and with the current things we are now using in modern days now, we are not considering the domain knowledge, you know, in doing your data analysis.
Right.
What is the domain knowledge? What is happening at the moment? There are factors that influences something. Those factors, what are they? Then what factor influences it then? Look at the factor influencing it now. And which people are this factor going to influence? So you should not know. I just said something before now that I voted for APC, rather PDP, in the last 2019 general election. But now, I'm maybe paying money to go back to Nigeria and make a vote. But what am I trying to say next time is that there are different factors right now influencing different decisions. Thank God, unlike just make some certain postulation or, you know, we have been able to, as in, you now see that things were not there as before. They're going into the northern space or moving into the west, as the case may be. It has to be.
Are you saying the wind of change is what Peter Obi is banking on rather than traditional politics? Wind of change.
Yes, because
is that what you are predicating all of this on? Wind of change.
Of course, because if you are using
is that not a whimsical? Is that not a whimsy?
No, look at it. Things there is human beings are very sophisticated when talking about decision making.
Right.
You cannot really predict human being. Anything can happen at a split of second. A person can take a decision, and doing that, haven't seen what like for the past 3 years now. Or yes, then you say 3 years. A lot have happened to Nigerians.
Right.
That they cannot even afford to continue on that same line. Many, sure, I don't want to go into that. You are already aware of what is happening. So that one alone will influence so many decisions.
Yeah, but will it influence it in Peter Obi's direction?
It not depends on your campaign methodology or strategy. That is why most of the things we are saying now we cannot really conclude until we have to see in the next 1 or 2 months to know what is going to happen, what all these candidates are bringing to the table. Now, one of the factors that will be influencing some of those candidates now is Muslim tickets. You know, that will be a factor we are going to be looking out for. We cannot say now because we don't know what future is going to hold. For a priest or some churches to be making decision that if you don't have PVC, don't go to my church. I also listened to a man of God, a very popular man of God in Yoruba land today. He said he warned the people in 2015. This thing cannot happen again for them to take power. And that man command crowd. These are factors. We don't know where he's going to swing to. Whether now Peter Obi's direction or Atiku direction, we don't know. Because we have to watch what is this candidate.
Tiobala, please. Tiobala, one man. I have a data for you. LP got 5,074 votes in 2019, and their candidate is Mohammed Usman Zaki. That is their candidate.
Okay, thank you. And if you check very well, now that candidate is not a popular candidate. We don't know him, as far as I'm concerned. You know?
Right.
And I can even say they've tried for even pulling that 5,000 votes. You know, based on they were not ambition of getting that presidency, but now is the people's driven. So it not depends on what people are bringing to the table.
But somebody that has also been in that party to run his ambition is telling us that, and that was Dele Momodu. We played that clip here. You were here.
Yes.
He told us that the party has zero structure. So it's essentially not only he has to build a party essentially because all that party has is a name. It has nothing, and the votes they verify that. So he has to build a party from scratch, build a structure nationwide, and then off the back of that, still campaign and convince people to seize power in 2023. all within 8 months.
That is what I keep on telling people.
Right.
Whenever you want to pursue a vision, make your vision clear to the people that will be supporting you. Dele Momodu, when I listened to that interview, I laughed.
No, don't attack Dele Momodu because
I'm not attacking.
He gave data. We know that Peter Obi is bigger than Dele Momodu.
So, I'm not attacking. When I listened to the interview, I laughed because he spent the whole personal 10 million naira and he was shaking, according to him.
Oh, yes.
No, I will assure you that, or as in he can spend, he cannot spend as well. I will assure you that Peter Obi might not even spend up to that amount.
No, we know he will be funded by his supporters.
Why is this thing going this direction? You are not making your vision known. That is the more reason when you mention about MK Abiola's son, I make one comment that he should try communicate to the people to buy his own vision. People have been able to buy into the vision of Peter Obi, but we have to watch out what will happen in the next generation.
Okay, and just finally, what would you? Okay, maybe not, but what would you make? Because a lot of people see him. Anyway, we see how it goes. I don't want to.
No, continue. Ask question.
No, a lot of people see him as an Ipobian candidate. A lot of people do.
Okay.
A lot of people see him as an Ipobian candidate.
Okay.
And the narrative around him is somewhat Ipobian. That is not to say all of his supporters are Ipobians, but a good 80%, if not 90% of Ipobians support him.
Fine. Thank you so much for that statement. Like I said before, I'm from Edo State. I'm not an Igbo man.
But you're an Ipobian. You're an Ipobian. You've said so yourself.
Ipobian. I don't understand. I'm an Igbo man.
Yes.
I said I'm from Edo State.
No, you're an IPOB type of person.
No,
I don't
believe in division, please.
All right.
I don't believe in division. See, we can harness our ideas together. Like here in the US where I am now, that's why I respect a lot of Yoruba people. See, when you like my school where I study, out of 100, 80% of them are Yorubas. So we like at least, and they are very accommodative. And okay, let me just say 80%, 60% of them are Yoruba. As in, like 30% of them are Igbos. And other people as well. What am I trying to say in essence is that this ideology of me supporting Peter Obi is not because I'm from Igbo or I'm not from Igbo. I'm from Edo State.
No, you've not listened to what I said. I said
yes, okay, fine. I'm not a
let me just make it for the purpose of clarification. I'm not saying that all the Peter Obi's supporters are Ipobians, but I'm saying 80% of Ipobians support Peter Obi. And this is what their language, you know them now.
No,
they're very aggressive, very confrontational, sort of all over the internet space.
Okay.
So when you hear an Ipobian,
if I may make that one clear,
yeah.
For all the space I've even listened to all the media, whatever, Igbo people don't even come out to even air their voice for this.
Really?
No, I'm coming. I'm just trying to. Not that they don't do, they do. Like the way people from Edo State are even championing Peter Obi is even more higher than the way Igbo people are even championing.
World Peace is from Edo State.
Huh?
World Peace is from Edo State.
I don't know. Of course, you cannot judge. I'm using the data I collected on my own to make this judgment. And again, you people talking about money.
Tony is from Edo State. So we have 3 people from Edo State here.
Tony does not stand in one place now. Remember, Tony was advocating.
Tony is for TINUBU.
No, Tony initially was advocating for Omoyole Sowore. Last time he was advocating for Devumahi. Before you know it, he's now advocating for TINUBU. So I cannot really believe Tony ideology. Seriously, I don't know what he's fighting for.
All right.
That's just it. Like I said before, as in, like me, for instance, I haven't picked out some data and listened to people's opinions and their views. I have been able to realize that people supporting Peter Obi, they are not just supporting it because they want power to come to the south. They are supporting it because of the situation of the country. They need somebody that can rescue that nation. Nigeria is in a mess.
All right, well put. And we are not too far apart, And by the way, for the benefit of yourself and other people listening, I want Peter Obi to win that election. I feel that I have to keep saying that, but I don't see it happening in reality. But I think because if TINUBU or Atiku win the election, we are doomed for another 8 years. We are doomed. And that is now 16 years taken from your lives and mine. So Buhari has taken 8 years, which we will never get back, which he just destroyed the country and ruined. Even if it's ruined your life somewhat, one way or the other, either you're not being able to visit Nigeria, either putting people in poverty that are then investing, it's ruined all our lives in one way or the other. And that ruination will continue under TINUBU or Atiku. So we want somebody like Peter Obi, but the reality of it is really, the numbers don't point in that direction.
They speak the same English you are speaking now.
Right.
When I mean you are speaking, as in the reality does not show on ground. The reality does not show on ground in those states. Because, see, one man, on public record, I was in a pooling unit. PVC was being manufactured from, I don't know where the PVC was flying from. See, at the end of the day, people sharing money, they lose the election from that pooling unit and still lose the general election. They share thousands of dollars, nairas, and all that. Nigerian people are wiser. They are feeling the heat. We might be here, feeling that maybe our family are not disturbing us that much. People are living in abject poverty. No matter, even if you try to give them 10,000 naira now, 20,000 naira now, it will not be able for them to solve any problem. If you take 50,000 naira to Nigerian market now, you will not be able to buy something to your house. Meanwhile, okay, this present government or whoever that is going to share money at the end of the day will not be able to share 50,000 naira to each individual. Even if they do 10,000, the case may be, the person collecting that money will look. Is it
No, that's all of the reasons why we all want change. But is it going to happen? It doesn't look like it will.
It will happen.
No matter what the hoopla and the brouhaha is. But,
no. Yeah. It will happen. You don't know why it is going to happen. Before the PDP primary, the momentum was not as high as this. Every day, the momentum keep building. It keep building. We don't know what will happen next. Even me myself, I thought by now Peter Obi will fade out. But the moment to keep building.
No, it's not going to fade out now because it's new into space. Do you know what a purple patch is? PURPLE patch. A purple patch. What Peter Obi is experiencing at the moment is a purple patch. A purple patch is when a lot of things seems to be going your way, but it's always momentary because, as you know, I haven't lived life. Things often instance through life don't go your way. It's usually a hard slog. But there are moments in life that things go your way. So it's a purple patch. So what Peter Obi is experiencing is a purple patch. And purple patches are often short-lived.
I bet to disagree with that in the sense that when you are the one championing your vision alone, definitely is bound to fade maybe within a short period of time. But when people are there, and the good thing about this matter now is that people are getting convinced day by day.
All right.
Like I said before,
convinced or confused? Convinced? Did you say convinced or confused?
Convinced in the sense that. Right. Do you know what? It will be a better, or it will be a worst case for Peter Obi if APC present ASIWAJU.
All right. Okay. So brilliant. Back to you, Ajanle Koko. I remain unconvinced, but I remain hopeful. I want Peter Obi. I keep needing to say that so that people are clear. We're having a real serious conversation, not cheerleading, which you hear in this. We're not cheerleading. We're speaking reality. So nobody more real than Ajanle Koko, but Ajanle Koko. I can't say I'm confused, but what are you thinking?
It's a lot of work to do. Obi has a lot of work to do, to make an impact. Noise making, it doesn't win election. It's a hard work to win presidential election. You see the structure we're talking about, the people that must be on the ground, logistic and everything, drop a lot of money.
All right.
Again, one man,
all
Someone
right.
aside Jack Ajale will phone again.
Yes, Ajale Koko is juggling two things at the same time. So thank you. Let's go from you to let's hear from World Peace, who we've not heard from for a while. World Peace, you would have it must feel like deja vu. The last time you were here in 1802, we were on Peter Obi. We are still on Peter Obi, but the conversation is not progressing somewhat. The more cynical who have been around a few electoral cycles, we see what is coming, but the more optimistic, they say optimism comes before pessimism, and you must always have optimism because that is what keeps life refreshing. So it's refreshing to hear the optimism, but the reality of it, World Peace, how are you digesting it to you?
Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Tataka Jalokoko. You know, I've been busy taking care of my little man, and he's still with me here. He sleeps with me, he wakes up with me.
Good job.
I don't have time.
It's bonding. Bonding is good. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that was Peter Obi's space. I don't know why people are just. Tibala makes some point, but it's not saying it in full. I think it's being economical with the truth. There are different platforms that I have been saying. Like I said here, I see a lot of platforms, but I don't participate. It's only this platform I participate. So that makes me learn a lot. A lot of platforms, like from the Adobe platform and some other platforms, they will tell you the truth that the why they're supporting Peter Obi is they know he's not going to win, but to force the narrative on this cabal to know that the youth are tired, people are waking up, so that the cabals will change the way they are thinking. Even though he doesn't win, of which they know he's not going to win, but they're going to push him so hard that he will change that space, which I respect totally. But I think in this platform, people keep saying he's going to win. It makes me wonder where is the win is coming from. You understand? Because like Ajaki was saying, everybody understand. Nigeria parties federal system of government. 1. 2, our kind of election is based on percentage on each state, meaning each state that have structure before is likely to take that state back again. And Nigeria is so tribal and religious ground. People don't just vote the way people are saying, like people are resolute, people are Democrat, people are Republican, people will vote their conscience. It's not really like that in Nigeria politics. People will vote their tribe, their religion first before they think of party. The North, we know, is going to vote whoever come out in the North, either NPP or whoever the Northern cabal support, and which Peter Obi is not there. TINUBU is not even sure. Now it comes to the South. Edo State, Chiobola is talking about. Oriomo local government is bigger than Abia State, and it's controlled by PDP. It's PDP ground. There's no way Labour is going to take it. So if Oriomo is going to PDP, so which numbers Labour is looking from there to change the narrative that Peter Obi people are looking for Peter Obi? I believe it will be the same in other states. Now, by election is coming in Ekiti State. If the social media warriors are so resolute, they so believe in Peter Obi, why then not they go campaign? We should be hearing that Peter Obi is campaigning for the state Labour candidate to change the narrative. If he can win 12 local government, win like 5 local government seats, win 2 rep, win Senate space, even though he doesn't win the governor seat, then we know that he's ready to make changes. But if not so, if he doesn't win anything there, just know he's not going to win anything in presidential election. Not that people are not following him. Not that people don't want change. People want change. People are tired of PDP and APC. And he happened that his own narrative fell into that narrative now. It's not because his ideology, that's why people are following him. No, people are voting against PDP and APC, and the alternative is Labour right now for them. That's why they are keying into it. Now, the IPOP people are spoiling it. Chobala have said it here many times that Nnamdi Kanu is a messiah. And when you ask him, is it a IPOP, and he said no. Doesn't really mean you're a IPOB member, but you key into Nnamdi Kanu ideology. Most people that key into Nnamdi Kanu ideology are the one fueling Peter Obi's space. They're the one championing. No more Zoo Nation anymore. Now it's Peter Obi.
Point of correction, please.
I
never said Nnamdi Kanu is a messiah. One man asked me a question. Do you believe Nnamdi Kanu is a prophet? And I said, based on the video I watched, how he said how they were going to take over Ekiti State, and they eventually did that, makes him a prophet. That's what I said.
No, that wasn't the question. I asked you if you were an Nnamdi Kanu supporter. You said you think it's
no.
You were Tiobala. I never forget what people say.
You asked me. You can play out that video right now, please. All right. I'll be very happy, and I'm ready to put like $1,000 for it.
Don't worry. Save your money. Okay, I remember what you said, but I carry on.
You asked me if he's a prophet. I said yes.
No. I asked you if you're what would I ask you if he's a prophet? I asked you if you are a supporter, and you said you believe
what is he doing that I will not be supporting him?
But it's okay, Tiobala. I'm just saying from your word. You know, most people that is supporting Peter Obi, and more like I told you, I believe you did your investigation. What's triggered that PVC collection? Is the event that is going on in Lagos now that they can enter with the PVC. That's why the people are crazy about PVC, not because of Labour Party or another Peter Obi. Then the other people that is crazy about Peter Obi is the people that believe that Biafra will come if Peter Obi is there, which are the IPOB people. Now, if you look at some videos, now people are campaigning that go and get your PVC. If Tabi gets there, he will release Nnamdi Kanu.
Well, so he will. Of course, he will. I mean,
no, that's guaranteed. Yeah, but what that tells you, that is just a set of people that's hijacking the labor right now that feel that their voice is not being heard by Biafra or we don't want Nigeria. Probably Tabi is the next option. And that set of people cannot win an election. If we put the 5 states together, they cannot win an election. And the same Fulani they are saying is a Fulani is the one that will end up taking as VP. The same people you call Oba slave or this slave, this is Fulefu, is the people you come and ask for vote, and which I feel is too sudden, too soon, or I say too late, because you settled all these people. So now, how can you get these people vote? People that even really champion for Peter Obi, like you said, not even the Igbos, is other tribes. You call the minority tribes. Yorubas will vote for Yoruba, the Northerners will vote for the Northerners, and the Igbos will vote for the Igbos. First of all, that are shorting the chances of South and the South election. The TINUBU vote will be shortened by Peter Obi. The Peter Obi vote will be shortened by TINUBU. It's hard time for both of them to come together and keep the power in the South first.
It's not actually the TINUBU's vote that will be shortened by Peter Obi. It's the Atiku vote.
Okay,
because PDP traditionally holds the Southeast, and APC they until they rigged see how they got a governor in with Opuzodema. So it's actually Atiku that is under threat from Peter Obi.
Yeah. But we South have to come together to keep that power in South first. Like I said before, we have to keep that power in South first, a unity front. That's what the North are doing. They want to keep that power in North first.
Okay. Are you talking about keeping power in the South?
Hold on, Tiobala, when you were talking, I didn't touch it.
Carry on.
You keep on mentioning my name, that is why.
Yeah, just relax. I'm not mentioning your name in a bad thing. I'm just
carry on, yeah.
So we should look at all this. Of course, we are all tired. Everybody's tired here. We want something different from these people. The Atiku, the TINUBU, Tabi is not even free that much from them. Just that it is in a free party. And people are looking beyond his name, Labour Party. Okay, let's do something different. And now, if people are being articulated like Joel Navi, I think maybe people will key into their narrative, narrative, more better than the way some people are pushing it with insult or to force their ideology on you, or not to see the danger ahead of this Peter Obi. Not like people, it's not good to vote for Peter Obi, but you've got to understand that he's not going to win the kind of system that Nigeria operates, our electoral system. First of all, is federalism. Second of all, is 25%. Third of all, is a serious corrupt country. The cabals are richer than the continent, not even the country. So how are you going to take the vote from these people? You think they're just going to sit down and let you win fairly and squarely? Because they didn't get there fairly and squarely. If you give all these votes, 100 million votes that be said to him, you are giving it to the opposition, either PDP or APC. They're going to retain power regardless what. We, the voters, we're just a pawn in the chess game. You know the name of the pawn in the chess game? The pawn die first. We go vote first, and they will use your vote to decide who they're going to give the presidency to. They'll tell you up that you tried, but next time. And that's why I like some other group. They say, yes, this votes right now is not for this presidency. It's for the next presidency. And I like what one guy said in one forum. He said, now, if Peter Obi now decide to move to PDP tomorrow and be VP, will you support and move with him or stay in Labour? Nobody could answer. Since nobody could answer, and that's begs, please, use momentum people have, please stay in Labour. So give Labour this edge for the next coming election. But we all understand that this momentum we are seeing from Peter Obi is not really Peter Obi. And if Peter Obi doesn't win anything, the momentum dies immediately. Just like the NSAS. NSAS killing was not the really killing. It's what happened after NSAS that killed everybody hope that there will be a way forward in Nigeria. Same thing will going to happen in Peter Obi. If Peter Obi doesn't win anything, it will kill everybody's hope. It's better it kills your momentum. You still have hope to gather your momentum again, rather to kill your hope. If you kill the hope, you cannot gather momentum.
What piece? Do you think Peter Obi will make it to the ballot, or do you think it would be negotiated out of the ballot before February? Do you think it will be negotiated down before?
Yes, it's 100%. There's 100% chances that they're going to negotiate him out. Like I just said, Nigeria is a country that run by cabals, which is cabals are seriously billionaires that recharge the continent. They can call him and settle him like, "Come, we'll give you central bank governor. With that, take this 10 billion. You know what they call $10 billion? He would take it. Anybody would take it. Even Obama would take it."
All right, thank you, Wapis. So Wapis, let me acknowledge the super chats that have come in. For a change, not Alexander Gomez. This time, AI efficiency. I was speaking to engineer when he was speaking about the clip of the pastor that was insisting on PVC. He says, where does engineer get his ideology? The clergy was right. So a disagreement somewhat with engineer on that space. And then Joel of Nashville speaks via super chat this time to the conversation really going on now. He says, we shouldn't worry about money for Peter Obi. Almost 30 billionaires, almost 30 billion has been raised, and yet he has not dropped his main account. I am waiting. I am donating 2 million to Obi's campaign. Nigeria must be saved. Good job, guys. So that's Joel of Nashville. We shouldn't worry about money for Obi. Almost 30 billion naira has been raised, and yet he has not dropped his main account. I am waiting. I am donating 2 million to Obi's campaign. Nigeria must be saved. Good job, guys. So thank you for the super chat, Joel of Nashville. But just as an aside, imagine the sort of 419 that will happen under this guy's name. Even under Sunday Igboho, remember under Sunday Igboho that everybody was raising funds for him, to the point that the guy had to be crying out of Benin Republic, don't raise funds for me. Some people will become billionaires off the back of I am raising money for Peter Obi. Should we start a GoFundMe ourselves and join that train? What piece?
People will start, of course, Nigeria is a hungry space. People will start the GoFundMe now. You start hearing this account is not the real account, this is a fake account. People will take advantage of the situation. People are hungry. It's not about the change they are after, it's a change of their own stomach they are after.
When the guy has not dropped his main account and they've already paid 30 billion, you look at that.
Can I interject, woman?
Yeah, come in, engineer.
Yeah, just a quick one. You see the issue of let's raise money. I give you a good scenario now. Black Lives Matters in America. The main guy who championed what they call Black Lives Matters in America. After all the investigation, what happened to the other guy when when the cops put their nail on his neck? They found out that the founder of the Black Lives Matters, all the funds people raised for Black Lives Matters, the guy went and buy a Lamborghini.
There you go.
And you need to see how you need to see his house, very, very posh house, in between that scenario up to date. So it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Fraud is everywhere. It's not all about Nigeria alone.
Look
Yeah,
at
we
that.
understand. People are going to cash out from it. And again, quick to join Nashville. Nigerian election, the minimum you need to spend is 1.5 trillion, not 30 billion. 30 billion is to settle like 3 governors and their delegate, not to win an election. So people using 30 billion for Peter Obi online, well, maybe that's for to win local government.
May I ask what piece a question?
Yeah.
Go on, but I think Teobala wanted to come in as well. But you go with that.
No, I just want to hear, how did you arrive at that figure? That's the only thing. How did you arrive at 1
2 billion. 2 billion. 2014 was 2 billion, and 610 naira to a dollar. That's 1.2 trillion for 2 billion, and he has superseded that now. Last election,
combined or just one party?
Anybody wants to contest. If TINUBU is going to contest, or Atiku is going to contest, Atiku is going to spend 2 billion, minimum of 2 billion. TINUBU is going to spend minimum of 2 billion, regardless who is winning. Buhari spent more than that in 2019. That's why
Nigeria should be on the street by that figure.
Yeah. Do you know why Nigeria is suffering right now? Wait, hold on. Do you know Nigeria is suffering right now? The last election, maybe Wama can testify to it. The last election, Buhari took money from Nigerian coffers directly. More than 2 billion from Nigerian coffers.
He did it under the Boko Haram space. And it did not go through the parliament, because he went into there's an account that he needed to come through the parliament to access the money. But then, of course, he took it. Nobody asked questions because, of course, Ahmed Lawan, you know.
Yeah, and that put Nigeria in deep recession. Nigeria is already in recession. That put Nigeria in deep recession. I see Nigeria is struggling for that recession. That's why you see Nigeria is 6 something. We are paying all those debt back, and those things keep tying our neck, straining us down. And that's why they give power to give ticket to PDP, Atiku, and TINUBU. These people have watches. Buhari cannot afford that same again in this 2022, or that Nigeria will collapse. To take 2 billion or 3 billion away from Nigeria account straight. People don't really see what is really going on. Everybody just chatting with our chatting Atiku. It's more than that. I explain. So it is a money space, tribal space, and we are practicing through federalism. It's 25%. It's not parliament style of government. The highest is not the most votes. You must win 25% in each state. And if you don't have a local government in that state, you are bound to lose already. It's facts and figures. Please, people should understand. It's fact and figures. If Labour Party is not in those states as today, automatically they are losing. Even though you have 1 million votes from there, it will go to APC or PDP that already established their vote there since 20 years ago, mostly PDP. PDP will still remain after this election. Other parties will not remain. But I don't know who. But PDP will remain because they have been in that space for 21 years. PDP keep winning at those states, regardless who the party is that won the governor election. PDP win the Senate, the rep. Have you think about that? Because they have the structure long. They have a registered voters. Their voters will not go somewhere else. It will go with their people, their party.
All right, thank you, World Peace. So, World Peace, I want to share something that buttresses what you said and what I've said severally on this platform, that the cost of becoming Nigeria's president is estimated at $2 billion. So this is what Peter Obi is up against. I'll share the screen as I read it out. Electing president in Nigeria cost over 1 trillion naira, Financial Times. So this is the International Financial Times. An international publication has beamed its spotlight on Nigeria's presidential election, estimated to cost $2 billion, over 1 trillion naira in Nigeria's local currency, the naira. Familiar candidates to replace him, Buhari, mostly recycled old men, are already counting their money ahead of a costly electoral marathon. It is an estimated $2 billion to get a president elected. Those who pay will expect to be paid back, the newspaper said. The report by Financial Times also excoriated the Buhari administration, whose cabinet members are infamously known for constantly squandering the nation's resources on first-class tickets bought on British Airways, shuttling the Abuja-London air routes at the expense of the average Nigerian. The newspaper went ahead to attribute the regression in the nation's economy to Mr. Buhari's incompetence to address the issue of insecurity despite being a retired Major General. So it goes on into other details, but essentially the estimate for the Nigerian presidency, according to the London Financial Times, is $2 billion. So there it is right there.
Thank you, Oman. Chibola, you can ask a question.
Okay, fine. There's so many times we try to do some analysis, forgetting the current situation,
right?
Not putting into Congress or whatever.
Indeed. Are we saying to ignore data again? Or we ignore all of the data?
No, you cannot ignore data. Data is very important, but what influences that data is what you should be thinking out. Right. What you should be considering. Somebody here, like what we just mentioned just now, and I laugh. He said 100% sure the Yoruba will vote for their own. He's 100% sure this and that will vote for their this. And I was laughing with him myself. Reason being that there are factors that will influence this election. One of the factors is the choice of running mates, which will definitely influence the general election. If TINUBU eventually choose a Muslim running mate, we definitely have a lot of influence in the general election. Take it or leave it. Yoruba land have a lot of Christians. So
you are grasping, you are reaching for anyway, thank you.
No, I'm coming.
Yeah.
Yoruba land have a lot of Christians. Yeah. And I've seen a Christian how will I put this? A public figure, as in a very popular person,
yes.
Not one, not two. In that same Yoruba land, Yoruba Idijigon, talking about not allowing this so-called APC to come into power. One, people have forgotten what APC did to youth at Lekki Toll Gate.
Right.
People forgotten the rising cost of inflation, deflation in the country. People forget. People are not putting all this into consideration. You are just projecting. You are just projecting.
All right. Okay.
That's
all right. We ignore data. All right.
Let's quickly your response to Chris Bala before you move.
Yeah, very quickly, and I want to move on to Baba if he's still with us. Yeah.
Yeah, Chobala, the answer protester, one of the leaders that was championing it. Do you know he's a campaign manager for Atiku or Abe Saraki? Most of them are broken now to be the campaign manager for this cabal you are talking about. Again, Chobala, please speak for yourself. Don't speak for other people. You speak for hold on. Let me quickly answer before he wants to move on. When you were speaking in those space, I did not argue with you. I did not tell you. You have the right to speak on that. Hold on now. Hold on. When you're speaking on the people, tribe, when you speak about Edo or you spoke about Edo, I did not argue with you because that's your space. But don't speak for Yoruba. You're not Yoruba. You're not there. You don't know their politics. Speak one you know. Look at example. Hold on. Look at example.
Hold on now.
No, actually, we need to quickly respond to each other.
Hold on, gentlemen, because you go back and forth. But what Teobala is doing, and this is why I'm saying, is an Ipobian sort of approach. What it said? Oh, there was I saw a clip of some man in the north. He's a Fulani man, and he said, "I am fed up with this Buhari something." And then therefore, and I like Peter Obi, so the North are talking about it. And then there was a guy in Dugbe Market, and he was wearing Peter. So they reach for all these whimsicals and put it together to play.
No, when you say 100%, see, we are educated here.
It's just storytelling.
One man. Whenever you are making postulation or whatever you are bringing out theory or whatever, you don't base it on 100%. He say he's 100% sure. He's 100% sure. Come on now.
100% Igbos are supporting Peter Obi, right?
What are you telling me? Which kind of Peter Obi now? 100% Igbos are supporting Peter Obi.
Man, you're in trouble today.
When we go to Peter Obi, the two things that are guaranteed, Yawa, if you go to Peter Obi or you go to Nnamdi Kanu, then expect an explosive session. But I think
it's when you make your discussion being tribal that it will go down.
How is it tribal? When we are looking at data, is data tribal?
No, the truth of the matter is that I'll be saying it here over and over. I did not marry from Igbo land.
Right.
I don't have a girlfriend in Igbo land.
Right.
I don't have any cousin or whatever in Igbo land. I'm only saying something that concerns an average Nigeria. You cannot be here you cannot be in London or in US or wherever you find yourself because you are living comfortable. You forget the average Nigeria what they are
Nobody is forgetting that you are not the champion of the people. We are all champion. What do you think we're doing here?
You are not doing the right thing. You are not doing the right thing by supporting all these people who have ruined the nation.
Sorry. Who am I supporting?
Sorry, I don't mean to mean you direct. When I mean you are not doing the right thing, I mean the contribution so far.
So you mean we should jump
okay, fine. Okay, continue. When Ola make
hold on. This is what you know. This is the toxic hypobian something that people complain about.
You can call it hypobian. It's your wish.
Oh, no, is this not hypobian? It is hypobian. When people are interrogating a space and you are saying they are not doing the right thing, they are not for the people. They don't acknowledge the suffering. They are supporting the looters, all because they are not jumping on this fanciful train that leads to nowhere that people are getting a nation about.
Ola make a very good analysis when he was discussing just now. He bring out the chances of Peter B not winning. He bring out the chances of Peter B might likely win, or the case may be.
Right.
These are the way you analyze data. These are the way you analyze scenario. You cannot just come up on air. You just say 100% chance. This one does not. This one. No.
Who is saying 100% chance? We're looking at the figures.
Like what P just said just now.
My God, man, calm
not
yourself
you, no.
down.
Let me respond to you.
No, don't respond to me. Just calm it down. This is not Radio Biafra. Let's go to Baba.
You are being tribalistic, woman.
Oh, well, you have been Radio Biafra, my friend. If I was being tribalistic, I would have excused you a long time ago.
I will leave your platform. Huh? If you excuse me, I will leave your platform.
Well, you can.
Bala, you are not the only one here now.
Bala, don't do it that way.
Hold on. Can you hold on? Can you hold on, please? This is IPOP. This is who said it the last time? Everybody says it. I think when Magnus came here a long time ago, he's from the southeast. He says he recalls from speaking to reality because he gets this sort of thing. Somebody yesterday also said it. It's just the constant something. There's been articles written about it. And you are not alone, Teobala. There's several hypobians all over social media attacking anybody that doesn't join your train. But that doesn't faze me. I speak to facts as I know them. But we hear from Baba Akure. Baba Akure, are you there? We don't have Baba Akure. Baba T, do we have you? Oh, do we have you, Baba Akure? Who do we have? Let's go to Baba T.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. So are you ready, or do you want me to come back to you?
Yeah, come back to me in a moment, please.
All right, brilliant. Do we have Baba T? All right. Do we have Ego? Okay, we have Thomas. Let's go to Thomas. Thomas, do we have you?
Yes, I'm here, one man.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to a completely new space. God, are you outside or something?
It's not me. It's not from me.
All right, let's mute Baba, correct? All right. So let me take you to Kola. Let me take you to Kola Biola, who is speaking to his chances of becoming president. So the Abiola name resurfaces. What are you making of it?
One man, thank you for having me, and thank you for having all of us. You are doing a great job, one man.
All right.
God bless you and your family.
No, we are 3 hours in, so let's just go. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, one man. One man, Abiola is trying his popularity. It's necessary. He can do that, but I said earlier on before that you counter me, and I still remain what I'm saying. If people are coming out and they know they can't win an election, it doesn't rhyme well with me. You rightly said, they are trying their popularity, and they are propelling themselves. They are propelling themselves for the nearest future, and which is good. But what is worth doing is what's doing well. So for me, good luck to him for coming out. But I would have loved him to be on the same platform his father ran. That is SDP. It could have been better. It could have gained more momentum if he ran on that platform. But going to other party, to me, it doesn't make sense to me. If he were to be in SDP, I think maybe we gain more momentum. And if we are naming parties in Nigeria now, at least we can name 5. I think SDP will fall in between that 5. APC, PDP, Labour Party, AFGA, then we can say SDP. They maybe 5th or 3rd or 4th. But going to other party, even people don't know about, I don't think he's going to gain anything. And you rightly said, maybe he's trying to propel himself for nearest future. We don't know, but I don't think he's winning anything for me. He's just there to say, I'm still there. Maybe some party can still, but I thought he should go to mainstream party so that at least they can give him commissioner or minister or ministerial appointment or something, just to settle them of their father's demise. I think, but other parties that are not relevant, they are not going to be in power. They are not going to be relevant. I hope he should be going to mainstream party, maybe APC or PDP, so that this it can get more relevant. But going to other minute party, it's not going to get anything. And even he could have started from even House of Representative or Senate. I don't know why people just think they will just come from anywhere and jump into the race and be the president of Nigeria in a twinkle of eye. I don't think anyone can do that. Even people that are saying Trump is a technocrat, he's not a politician, he's not this, he's not that. Trump didn't.
All right. Oh, yeah. It's not going well today. Everybody, either the system is just crackling, or people are not available, or they are dropping off here. But village people, this is it. Australia, it's almost another planet, really. But we were talking about Kola Abiola, who he revives the family name in top level politics. Of course, he's not going to be president, but he keeps the legacy going. So what are you then making of Kola Abiola as the PRP candidate?
Well, Kola Abiola, thank you very much for having me tonight. And let me look at something here briefly. I will... Just a moment, please. I'm trying to look at something here. Okay. Okay, we have here. Okay, now here we have about 380 something people, and we only have about 70 likes button. And I think if people don't really like it, they're supposed to have used it top down. So since we all like it, I think we should be able to reach 150. Let me deal with that first. So now talking about Abiola is just trying to to me, that guy is a very funny guy. He's just trying to make little money. Maybe he's broke, because remember this political party, there will be some people that will be backbone, giving them some money that they can use to run here and there, and they can put little bit into their pocket out of it. Is not this same guy went to Abuja and collected something on behalf of his father, or is this another person?
Yeah, I think it was the one. Yes, when they gave him that Democracy Day.
And few months after that, some people are saying that some of them came out again and they were fighting that maybe they should name their fathers on something. But I think he's just trying to make some money. He knew very well that he cannot win any. Even I don't even think he can even win his polling booth. So he's just trying to make some money out of politics right now.
You don't see it as a legacy project, just to keep the family name.
I don't see that. If it is going to be legacy something, he's supposed to join either APC or PDP. Though we know that those two parties are corrupt, but that is where it can really be. The name can resonate, but to join all this mushroom party, it won't really do anything.
All right, brilliant. So now to the Kingsley Mogalo space. So Kingsley Mogalo, of course, is turning somewhat a prostitute in a similar way like Peter Obi, hopping from party to party. So he went from YPP to APP. Now he's in ADC because they didn't give him the presidential ticket. Now he
Yes.
has left.
Okay.
Festus Kiyamo is asking him to come and join APC. Should he really go to APC, and should that be his natural place of birth? Yeah, go on.
Okay, now the point is that he is still going back to APC. If you can mark it down, he is still going. You see these people, they are just to me. I think he is one of those that because when every single time when we talk about politics and we mention his name, I always say that I don't really trust himself. So I think that is showing right now because though a few years back he was on Youth Progressive Party, right? YPP, right?
Yes.
So he contested on that. Then he left and joined another one, as you said. And this is third party, right? The third party that is in right now. He is still going. He is just coming up. He is still going to APC before election. Just take note of that. So because you see, everybody is just trying to get whatever they can get. Because to me, if he really want to satisfy people who are working for masses, I think he should have just stick with that his party. Look at or join alliance with like Omoyele Sowore, or even Labour Party right now with what Peter Obi is doing. I think he can join force with that and see how best they can move Nigeria forward if truly he really want to. He is truly fighting for the masses. You see these people, they can talk big grammar and they fluent, and you see they talk, their mouth is so sweet, but they are not really for the interest of masses, but they are looking for the interest of themselves. That is my take on that.
All right, brilliant. So Yoruba group brings Tinubu or Osinbajo together for truce after elections. So the Olubadan, who was elected, appointed, coronated 100 days ago, he's doing his 100th day something on the crown, on the throne. So they're using that occasion to have a gala, a big celebratory thing to celebrate Yoruba culture. And they are using that opportunity to invite Osinbajo and Tinubu to come to that event. Both of them have indicated that they will come, and they are now using that as a space then to settle everything once and for all, and say to express to them that the Yoruba interest is
paramount.
Greater than their personal. So is this a space that they must necessarily go to? And should Tinubu make all he can to make good with Osinbajo? Because Osinbajo will be his man on the inside.
Well, to me, inviting them to that 100-day coronation, I think it is important and very good, based on the fact that is this one of the prominent king in Yoruba land. However, I don't see it as a place where they should be settling a rancor between Osinbajo and Tinubu. However, these people, they are all paddy. Remember, a few days after Tinubu got the ticket, he went to Aso Rock to visit Osinbajo, and they all laugh. It is we have problem, we masses. So these people, they don't really care about whatever we can talk from now to tomorrow. They are all paddy, they are all bodies. So to me, they've already settled their differences among themselves. So inviting them to party, maybe they can settle something for them. I don't think that is necessary, because they are all party, they have already settled the matter. That is my take on that.
All right, brilliant. So now I'm slowly leading you to the more explosive parts of the conversation. But before I get you there, did you see that clip that I played of the pastor that stood firm in front of the church on Sunday Mass to say that if you don't show your PVC, you're not coming in? So this now seems to be the direction, and these all indications that the voter turnout in 2023 will almost double in what was recorded previously.
So, well, I think this coming election is going to be different from the previous one, and the reason being that what we have experienced in Nigeria, because we have never in the history of Nigeria experienced this, and things has never been bad the way we are seeing it right now, particularly the issue of insecurity, particularly the issue of scarcity of food, scarcity, every single thing you're talking about, even scarcity of money. So all these things brings out this grievance that, okay, well, you have to get your PVC. If you don't get your PVC, don't come to my office. You cannot work for me. You cannot do this. You cannot do that. So more churches will do that, and more businesses will also follow that suit. Because remember, about a week or 2 weeks ago, Peter Okoye even brought it out in newspaper that if you are coming to my office, you have to show your PVC. I think even me now, if I want to give people money now, they have to show me their PVC if they need assistance. I think that is what we all have to do right now. Show me your PVC, you send it copy to me, then I verify it. Okay, you have your PVC before you get any assistance, because we want Nigeria to be better. As a matter, if you cannot go on our separate way, at least we know that we have Nigeria right now, so we have to make sure that it's better. So what these people are doing, I think it is very good, though it may look like coercing somebody in our view, but I think it is a very good idea. Making sure that everybody participates in the election. It is your civic right. Not, oh, I don't really have time. Even if I don't even vote itself, they've already know who they are going to put there. How do you know? How do you know that they already know who they are going to put there? And this election is going to be different, because I'm not saying that there will be no rigging. That will still happen, but based on the fact that they want to transmit it electronically now, it will curb at least. I think it will reduce it at least. The malpractice of election will be reduced at least by, let me just say, 60%. I put it that way. So everybody want the city, their follower to get a PVC card so that they can vote for the right candidate. Like I always say, I don't care whoever you vote for. You can choose to vote for you can choose to vote for Mogalu, you can choose to vote for Atiku, you can choose to vote for Tinubu, you can choose to vote for Obi. That is your civic right. The issue of, when you vote for PDP, when you vote for Labour Party, that your election, your vote is not going to be counted, it's just wasted vote.
Can I please interject?
Don't interject yet.
On that electronic voting. Okay.
Hold on. Let go on that. Yeah.
So to me, I don't see that where your election, your vote is not going to be relevant. That is your own conscience. If we have been doing this for a very long time, we wouldn't have found ourselves in this situation, because we believe that your vote is not going to be counted, it's going to be wasted. Because if you vote for Libra, it's going to be wasted. If you vote for PDP, it's going to be wasted. If you vote for this, it's going to be wasted. Vote your conscience.
Baba Kore, on that PVC space, you are not suggesting that the PVC will guarantee a free and fair election, but you are suggesting that it might be an improvement from what we had before.
That is right, but the more voters, anyway, there is another issue again. Because Nigeria is such a complex place, right? Most of these people that get a PVC card, how are you even sure that they are not even going to send the PVC card on the very election day? So that's another problem.
All right.
They might just give you 10,000 and you just submit your voter's IDs to somebody. So it's irrelevant.
All right.
Or one politician will just come and collect all the card and just give them money.
All right, take a last question. Ola, you wanted to come in.
You see, Baba Akure on that the possibility of electronic transmission reducing the fraud is what I want to state, so that if people can hear us now, people should know what they should be pushing to INEC. Transmitting that in electronically does not guarantee anything. Baba Akure, I can tell you. The guy at the back, except is going to be encrypted, that is going to be duplicated in with many places. Yeah, you can say you can guarantee it, but the same transmission can be playing, and someone can change the figure. So the processes matters. I will give you an example of the one where I participated as a tabulator officer. You see, a tabulator officer and the presiding officer, they don't move together. You will have paper, you will have one on memory stick, and you will have another one transmitted automatically online. For those three, they must tally. And some people, there's another one too on the journal roll. So if anything happens to any of those processes, then it has been compromised. So that's why I'm saying that. I'm saying it publicly, not just because I want to say it for that part of it, so that if people they hear now, may then they know, may then they monitor waiting they go to, because these guys never take anything beyond them. If they transmit that thing just by plain text, someone will stay at the back end of that database and they will change it. If any IT person is heard like myself, let the person just tell me say it's a lie.
To add to what you were saying, it happened in Mexico during the narcotic era, when there was a popular president that was coming up to usurp the old president, the old guard. I think the PRI party that was controlling the Mexico for hundreds of years. What happened? Same thing you just saying happened. It was transmitted in the 80s. First time they used electronic vote. It was transmitted. People came out, but what happened? The man in command was changing the numbers, giving PRO the vote and taking the vote from the popular demand candidate. So it will happen. People will they will ring it, and they will ring it for either PDP or APC. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So there it is. Nobody is suggesting that there are guarantees, but perhaps it will signal some sort of an improvement. Is what the hope is.
That's right.
Yeah. So Baba Akure, let me move you on from there, and let me take you to this space. Then Governor David Umahi, one of the southeastern governors of Ebonyi State, he's now come out categorically to dull the sheen of the Obi train somewhat. 2023 presidency, Umahi dumps Peter Obi, tells Ebonyi people to vote for TINUBU. So what are you then making then of this efulefu among the ranks, efulefu behavior?
David Umahi, is that not Supreme?
No, it's different. That's Uzodema.
That is okay. PDP that the camp.
PDP okay, now the point is that he just said that to himself, because we know how Eastern Quarter, we know how they vote and we know how they behave, particularly when Peter Obi is involved right now. Whatever he's saying, he just say it to his own pocket. I'm not saying that some people in that state will not vote for PDP or APC, but I can assure you that Labour Party, if Peter Obi still remain the Labour Party president, is going to win that state. He's just a governor, and he's just say whatever he want to say. So he's not the person that is going to vote on that very day. That's my take on that.
Bakure, you know, by-election is coming on the Ekiti State soon.
All right. Let me just move about respond to that, but I want to, go on.
You know, by-election is coming on Akure very Ekiti State very soon.
Ekiti State, yeah.
And
I heard about it. Yes.
And so, what is the force of Labour Party there right now? Since you're hearing about it.
Well, I'm not in Ekiti. I don't know what is going on in Ekiti State, but I don't really think that they feature somebody that I think, because it is just now that we are hearing much about Labour Party. Though I know Labour Party has been there before, but they there is no really difference between them and an ANC or AAC. So they are almost like the same category. So, but now since Peter Obi took over the realm of the presidency, I think that is when we are having a lot of noise from that party. So for Ekiti State, well, they might have little vote. That is if they have a governorship aspirant there, but they cannot win Ekiti State.
They
So
have,
that is
but
what
okay, so if they don't win, that means they can't win Ebonyi. If they can win Ekiti, they don't win Ebonyi. Because Ebonyi will be more difficult because there's a sitting governor there, which is APC. So
you mean in Ebonyi?
Yes, if Labour can win councillor and chairman position in Ekiti, then they can win Ebonyi. But if they cannot win, they cannot get 5,000 votes in Ekiti, don't worry about Ebonyi at all.
But Ebonyi transition, but Ebonyi is a PDP state. The governor, the governor is the one that crossed over, not the state.
So I know, understand. That's what I'm saying. They have big factor there in Ebonyi. They have a governor that is popular that crossover, and they have a structure that is strong, which is PDP. So where is Labour is going to come out from?
Well,
so if they cannot win Ekiti, that means there's no Ebonyi. If they can win Ekiti, that means we have Ebonyi.
All right, let's wait and see.
And quick one to Abakure. A good leader makes leader. If Labour, I don't want to call Peter Obi, if Labour want to make good leader, by now they'll be reaching out for people like Moghalu, other people that is defecting sins to come to LP. We see when TINUBU was from APC, he was reaching out for the Saraki and other people that was leaving PDP. But we are not seeing that in Labour, and we expect they're going to win. Please answer me, Abakure.
You are very okay. You are very right with what you said, but I don't really see the relevancy of Moghalu to Liberal Party. I mean to Labour Party. So I don't really see that. That is for me.
I think what World Peace is suggesting is that all the big names that are available, they should be sweeping them up so that the Labour Party, because the Labour Party is essentially a one-trick pony at the moment. There's only one horse to ride in the Labour Party, and that's Peter Obi. But if they pad it up with big-name politicians, then that will add more weight to it. I think that is what our World Peace was suggesting.
Well, that is
thank you.
But that is true anyway. But like the way things are going, if truly the youth really want to support him, I think they don't really need a big name in politics to hijack the political landscape of Nigeria from all this cargo. That is if the youths are really ready. If they are really ready, the only problem the only youth that I may have problem with is the northern youth. That is all. But you're talking about the southern part of Nigeria. If they are really serious, I think they can go. Peter Obi can go a long way without even any big name in any big politician join the Labour Party.
So you don't believe that the youth in the north are capable of making the right choice at that level?
That place is a very complex place.
What do you mean? Well, you say the right choice, but who determines what the right choice is? They consider what choice they make the right choice. So
right.
No,
because what I was saying, like when we talk about Showore the other time, and people will say, oh, like some people will say, oh, because people are stupid and hopeless, that's the reason they're not voting for Showore. And I'll say, Showore we're looking for someone that has the skill to galvanize a hopeless youth. We know that they're already hopeless. We know they already use all the qualifiers, all you want. But there has to be someone that can just go into that space and speak to them and some way, somehow can convince them that they count and they matter in that society. That's what I'm saying. But I'm not giving up on youth in the north. I'm not going to label them as being tribalist and religious fanatics. I think that there's still a chance.
Well, if the youth in the north don't jump on the Peter Obi train, would that define them as backward, tribal, etc.?
Not necessarily. Perhaps it's not the right candidate that can galvanize them. Is my point. Maybe somebody else can do the trick. Maybe it's not the message itself. Maybe it's the messenger that is not. I think we have the message already. We don't have the right messenger. Is my point. If somebody can come in and just put it properly in the right context and can talk to them in their language that they understand, to quote Buhari, the language they understand. That would be, but I'm not giving up on them as a voting bloc. I think that they have a chance to do the right thing. I think they're also tired of TINUBU and Atiku as well. But
yes,
they're tired of
and that's the truth. So I think everybody is tired of TINUBU. The Northerners are tired of this sort of people. They've lived under them for what, 50, 60 years.
Right.
And they see their lives now. They are tired of these people. Everybody's tired of these people.
You know, one man, and I said on this platform yesterday, and let me don't make fun of me when I say it. I still believe. I don't know how it's going to happen. I won't mention any names this time around.
All right.
But some way, somehow, PDP and APC will not win. I don't know how it's going to happen. I think that what is the coffee? Who is coughing there? Go on.
It's Ola now.
Ola, your Bakari. You better go. Don't let me get on this. I think that somebody will come out that will do the job we'll be looking for.
We already have that person now.
Who?
You know who him now. You know him now, our friend from the east.
But Peter will be out. To Peter will be narrative. I heard you talking about him and Kwakwanso. There's no way the man is going to step down for Peter Obi. In his mind, he's bigger than Peter Obi. I don't see him stepping down.
But is he outside of Peter Obi's newfound popularity? Traditionally, would you say Kwakwanso is bigger than Peter Obi outside of now this phenomenon?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say so. He has the numbers, though. He has the numbers.
I think I also agree to that too.
He has the numbers. So the man, and think about this: his own party is actually sponsoring people. People are coming into the NNPC at a more bigger rate compared to Labour. He has big weeks, like you spoke about earlier, not coming to Labour, but they are going to NNPP, right? But nobody is coming to. Peter Obi is not pulling people into Labour like the man is doing up north. So his own pull is stronger than Peter Obi in Labour. So there's no way he's going to then become a VP to him. So that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. It's going to be a waste of time. So they can just go their separate ways and just. But I think that guy might actually team up with Atiku. I mean, look at what happened with Tambo now. If you learn from the north, you might don't be surprised if they just give this guy his own voting block to help Atiku.
He's up for sale. Kwakwanso is up for sale, and I don't think Peter Obi is in the market.
No.
So who is that TINUBU or Atiku? Who is it's for the dollars now? You know, so yeah.
No, I believe Atiku, if going to be is going to join anybody, I believe Atiku will be the one.
Really?
You mean for tribe and religion?
Kwakwanso will likely join Atiku. Other than joining what's it called? Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Is that because of tribe and religion?
Tribe. They believe tribe. They don't believe in money.
All right.
They believe regional system, oneness in their region. The North.
Well,
that comes first for them. The North, regardless.
Can we? Is there a way? That's my own thing, though. We know they're tired of the APC and PDP, but it's not. We're not seeing that reaction that I'm expecting. That Lekki to get kind of energy where they're just sick and tired of the politicians and just want to kick them out. I'm not saying.
But to be fair, that energy is somewhat around Peter Obi. But would you not say so, or am I?
I mean, it is, but it's not spreading as fast as I want it to spread up. Not okay. We have enough time to watch. We have 8 months, right? So you never know. He might catch on, but that depends on who he picks to be his VP in Labour. But right now, I don't have anybody. Do you have any idea or any suggestion?
Well, this was where we were. Baba says, apologies, Baba Kure, by the way. This was where we were in the conversation around the Kwakwanso narrative. And we were suggesting that Peter Obi, he has, let's say, the Southeast locked down. And then we went to dig up data to see what that means. And that means less than 2 million votes. If we're going by, we're not talking about the new entrance into the political space, which is another dynamic that comes into play. But from the data known, that's less than 2 million votes. So 2 million votes is not taking him to Aso Rock. So he now needs to cut into other regions in order to fulfill his ambition. And for him to enter the North, somebody has to bring him in to introduce him to the North. And that somebody has to be somebody that really has a currency in the North. So at the level of Kwakwanso, that sort of a person will give him entree into the North. But it's not going to be Kwakwanso because Kwakwanso will not step down this ambition. Okay, so which heavyweight northerner will want to support the name?
But there's no, give me names, because remember doing articles, whatever, we're doing our names. Doing TINUBU, we're doing our names. But for B, nobody is mentioning anybody from the North.
Yeah, I cannot say past Ribadu because all the big names, they are already locked down in parties. And no big name is going to come and subordinate himself to Peter Obi. It's just one chance, Kwakwanso. So if he cannot agree with Kwakwanso, then he has to go to the second division and start going after people like Ribadu and all this sort of elements.
But do you, Oman, do you see Peter Obi succumbing and becoming the VP to Kwakwanso?
They will stone him on the streets if he does that. They will stone him on the streets. You know, a lot of people are invested in him. You know, you hear from Teobala, you hear the passion. You know,
or maybe if he returns back to the one that is funny to me is the one that they want him to return back to the PDP. I'm like, you want him killed. If he goes back to the PDP to run after bashing Atiku, he did not go back to Atiku too. That would be terrible for his own legacy. But I don't, you never know. But my own submission is this: it's not a vision. I'm not prophesying anything, no. But I believe in my mind that some way, somehow, a new force will come out and PDP and APC will not win. I don't know how. I've not seen anything.
All right, is your Ekiti man, isn't it Prince Adewale or something?
No, it's not. Maybe not. But I'm just one man. Just Maazi Thomas, you are laughing. Don't worry. I'm saving this tape too. I'm saving this. I've been saving this on this channel for the last 2 weeks now.
Don't worry. Just don't run away when the moment of reckoning comes.
Oh boy.
And you too, Teobala, don't run away when the moment comes. I know a lot of people will run as he go round when Osinbajo was disgraced. Yeah. But
what do you think TINUBU is going to pick though? Because I've been hearing this Muslim thing come up lately.
I think yes, is it Shettima or Ganduje?
Speak Shettima according to one rumor.
Yeah, that was, I saw that in the comment section.
Is Shettima a Muslim or Christian?
Is a Muslim. It's from Borno. But I've not, because I've been monitoring the news cycle and it's not popped up yet. So that's why. But I did see somebody in the comment section said, yeah, they said he would make a decision by Wednesday.
One man, please, can I quickly say this? I'm having this fear and I'm looking at this pattern. I don't want this Yaradua treatment to come and happen to TINUBU because the North have positioned themselves in all the strategic angle of this election. Win or lose, they always be on the winning side. If I take a win, it's the North. If TINUBU win, it's APC, the Northern party. God forbid Yaradua's treatment happen to TINUBU in the government. He comes back to the North as VP is a Northerner. And the Northern will not give up that space.
What piece? If it comes to that, we move that villa to London the way Buhari was doing for 1 year.
And I must assure you, nothing will happen to TINUBU if he gets that power.
No, there's a real possibility. If something happens to him, there can be no arguments because they've already seen him falling apart. So nobody can say it's a very easy thing for them to do. If they want to yard to TINUBU, they can do it easily. And
so, please, we all should look into that space, not just talk Peter Obi label. Let's look at it from all angles. Like Solly said, other people they play long-time politics. They're always ahead. We always play right now politics, now quick fix politics. Let's look ahead. Look at the dangers ahead.
War peace. You are valid. I think we are aware of that because I think we've raised that issue here once. Yeah. That is why we are normally within me or within anyone here. It's not bad if Peter Obi should win, but that's why I say, does that guy have that capacity. That's the challenge now. Peter Obi would have been the best bet, but the capacity is a challenge.
Yeah, Oshibajo really would have been the best bet, but he's
exactly. I agree
Mm.
too with Oshibajo too.
Yeah, Yomi should have been good, but he doesn't have the war chest, and Buhari is not ready to open the war chest for him. That's why I feel they took the vote from him and give it to TINUBU.
No, all right. Let's get back to Babakure. But before we go back to Babakure, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. It looks as though, sorry. Hold on now. Let me just, yeah. So it looks as though other people have discovered that button as well, and not just Alexander Gomez anymore. This is Ayo Joe now speaking to that. The pastors now holding canes to congregants to show PVC or get a flogging. I says, churches asking worshippers for PVC is as good as government asking you for PCR before you can fly. Nigeria has to be great again. So I think that's somewhat an approval of that move. I was surprised that engineer moved away from it because I thought too that was a good idea. Churches asking for worshippers for PVC is as good as government asking you for PCR before you can fly. Nigeria will be great again. I wonder when people say Nigeria will be great again, as though Nigeria was great once upon a time. So Nigeria will be great again and make America great again, I suspect. Sonny Utal now, a regular super chat user, it says that means the pastor and all institutions claiming to be practicing the way of God, that is asking for PVC before entering. Wow, God is love. That means that the pastor and all institutions claiming to be practicing the way of God, that is asking for a PVC before entering. Wow, God is love. So I think that's somewhat a disapproval because I think Sonny's narrative is only solely just break it up. I think he's just interested in breaking it up. But he comes in again with another super chat. He says, religion is not of God. God is love. Shame on the pastor and everybody that supports such. So there it is right there. I knew that was where he was going. So that is Sonny Utar just sticking to his usual mantra. Just break it up. So break it up. But before we break it up, Baba Kure, let's see if it can be fixed first by our champion from the East. But who gets the ticket? The real topic that everybody has been just debating around today. This is Reno Omokri asking innocently. The only problem is who will be the presidential candidate and who will be the vice. Reno Omokri reacts to report of Peter Obi and Kwakwanso merger. So these are a lot of people suspect that that is where that merger will fall apart because, of course, everybody, both of them individually, they feel that they are presidential in their own right. So who gets the front seat in that merger, Babakure?
Well, at this moment, I think it is very sketchy to determine who will be in the front because TINUBU is having problem in selecting his running mate. Likewise, Atiku is also having the same issue, the same thing Peter Obi. So right now we cannot really say, okay, well, this is the person that we think will be in the front seat because for Peter Obi to really win the election, I think he has to choose deputy from the north. And if Kwakwanso cannot be his vice, there is some, so that will bring some issue. And I don't see anybody in the northern part of Nigeria that can really, or maybe in the Labour Party that can really be his vice that will pull some crowd. Then the issue of TINUBU also, if he chooses Muslim as his running mate, is going to lose some election. I mean, some votes from the southwest. We be saying, oh, where is from southwest? Is from southwest. he will lose a lot of Christian vote in the Southwest. That is for sure. Then you go to the East, where their main religion is Christianity, most especially Methodist, Catholic. So you can see that you cannot really say that, okay, well, this is the person that is in the front right now, this is one that is at the back burner. So, and if Atiku choose somebody from the East, most people in the eastern part of Nigeria, particularly youth in the eastern part of Nigeria, they will vote for Peter Obi. That is for sure. That is for sure. Remember, they be claiming that, okay, well, this ticket is supposed to go to East, but everybody is want to be greedy. Even the northern part of Nigeria want to be greedy. Even the southwest want to be greedy, rather than sowing into that place. To me, if we really want to justify everything, I think the two tickets supposed to go to the East and let them battle it, rather than TINUBU coming out and. To me, it is very barbaric. And to finalize my point, I don't see anybody in the front right now until when they choose their running mate. Then we can dissect and see who have better chance at that time.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Babakure. So well put. And just for the benefit of the audience, I know this has been somewhat of a high octane, controversial sort of session. But if your senses have not been too jarred, then please try and click on the like button. Get us to 150, which is where we like to set the benchmark. So yeah, if you have no reason not to click on it, and I suspect a lot of you would not want to click on it now because we have not surrendered to Peter Obi. But if you are more of a more balanced mindset and understand the conversation, if you understand the conversation to understand what is being said, then click on the like button. But if you are some kumbaya from Ipobian land, just raging all over social media, then do as you please. So thank you, Babakure. Let me go on from you, Babakure, to Babati, who has been chiming in, but who now takes the floor, and it takes it up from where you left it, Babakure. The Peter Obi narrative, a story that refuses to leave the headlines. So is that space now? Because by Friday, everybody has to submit their running mates to, I think the 17th, yes, so that'll be Friday. Everybody has to submit their full list to INEC. So all of this nonsense must end. And all the permutations and everything now in play. Peter Obi and Kwakwanso in talks, but the simple question that Reno Omokri is asking is who will be the presidential candidate and who will be the vice? Can you resolve that for us, Babati?
Well, it's a very interesting topic. It's very interesting because both parties broke out from the two major parties, right? They broke out from the APC and the PDP. If I'm not wrong on that. So they're both like factional leaders in their own right. So for the interest of, I think for the interest of fairness, I know it's politics, but for the interest of fairness, I would say Obi should be the head of the ticket. But it does not have the cachet to demand for that. I know it's been getting this so-called momentum, but nobody's been able to put those numbers out in public for us to see the actual spike in PVC collection because of Peter Obi. So the man up north still has the numbers. So I don't think it's going to work out. We can find somebody up north, down south to be his VP. But Peter Obi, I think that might be what actually pushes him out of the race, because I don't see anybody capable enough. Like you said, everybody's already snapped off. Maybe Nuri Ribadu, but it's not been relevant politically for a while now. So I don't see that. I don't see anybody strong enough that can run with him in the north, apart from Kwakwanso, who I think might not want to be a VP besides Obi. So it's a very difficult call for him to make.
But Bati, if he goes as low as that Ribadu bracket to go and pick his, not necessarily Ribadu, but I cannot see it past Ribadu. But if it goes as low as that bracket to go and pick his VP, is that the end of the journey for the Peter Obi narrative?
That pretty much does it. I mean, it's already toast anyways, but that would just put the nail to the coffin. That would just give him no chance. It needs a big wig. It needs someone like a Kwakwanso that has the numbers. If you can get him to become a VP with some concession, of course, then he has to then start working in the Southwest, campaigning them there heavily. Don't take his Eastern brothers for granted. Go back to the South and maybe the North Central. And you never know. He might break through those glass ceilings and actually do some damage to the major political parties. But he has to secure somebody major enough. And like you said, the only person that we can all see that can actually help him with his dreams will be Kwakwanso. But the question is, will he step down for Obi? That is, I don't see it happening. But if Obi is good with his words and with some concessions, you never know. It might happen.
There are only two names in the North that I can think of that don't have proper Premier League clubs at the moment. And unfortunately for him, both of them are parked in NNPP. It's Shekarau and Kwakwanso, and both of them are already in NNPP. So if it doesn't get either one of those two type of names, then it's just, it's bye-bye birdie. It's just the usual, it's bye-bye birdie.
It's going to be a very tough task for him, and I think that if he can manage to get one of them, the debate might also help him too. If they let him on stage with TINUBU and Atiku, the debates might actually help him. How to, in the South especially, that can help him. So.
I'm not sure how much of the conversation you were, because I expect that people flit in and out as they go about whatever they are doing as the thing makes. But in the conversations we were having, we had to dig up some data, and we concluded that all of the totality of the Southeast votes in 2019, they were less than 2 million, and the votes that this Labour Party that Peter Obi has now gone to pack his ambition, the both votes that they garnered in 2019, it was 5,000 votes. 5,000 votes.
Wait a minute.
So, yes.
So they got less than two. She already got about 30-something thousand. Right?
Yes, yeah, they got less than everybody.
Wow.
5,000 votes, and that is to tell you that it's just friends and families of party people that just voted.
That means he has to spend his own money. If he's really serious about it, he has to spend. He cannot go with this crowdfunding,
Yes. There's additional data. So we're looking at the pathway to the presidency for Obi. So it's the party that he packed his ambition. They got about 5,000 votes. He's just the one trick that the party has. And then as we're looking at the region that he is most vested, they have less than 2 million votes. And there are over 176,000 polling units in Nigeria. And for you to be a serious contender for that presidency, you have to man each polling unit with at least 2 agents, maybe even 3 to supervise. So what's the pathway to the presidency for this chap?
There's no pathway. I hate. Let's just save ourselves the trouble. There's no pathway for Peter Obi.
I mean, all the data don't show it, but
yeah, I didn't even know they had less votes than Showore. That's terrible. If AAC can do it, I'm sorry, no disrespect to Showore and his fans, but if the AAC gets more votes than the Labour Party, then Peter Obi should just not waste his time. And I keep saying, more people from the East will still vote for Atiku than even Peter Obi himself at the end of the day. I think that they will still vote for Atiku than Peter Obi. So he has to get that guy, find a way to convince him that to run. Even that itself is still a difficult task. It's still a very difficult way. So the question is, can he galvanize Nigerians enough to where they will just abandon? They have to, for him to win, it cannot have the typical Nigerian voter still voting for APC and PDP. They have to abandon those two parties for him. Like they'll say, we're done with APC, PDP. We want something new. That's the only way those parties can win. If you see half the conventional voters voting for APC, PDP, no, they will still win. But if they have to find a way to make them abandon their belief in APC, PDP. I'll say play the ageist card. Throw up these geriatric people out of office. Play that card. I know it's unfair to the old people, but damn it, that's what you have to do. Play that ageist card against PDP and APC. You know, then make people abandon those two parties for you. That is the only way I see them winning. If not for that, it's just a waste of time.
I'm not sure what the data is, but it will almost be a world's first for somebody from 5,000 votes to take a presidential seat. From I mean, it has to be a world first.
That would be some miracle. You can't even rig that kind of election. You can't rig you can't rig it for him. I feel so bad for him. We want him to do so well, but unfortunately, he lost that PDP battle. That was the deciding thing for him. That was when he pretty much ended his political career, in my opinion. That should have been where he put his mouth and his effort, not this labor defection. I'm still disappointed that he did that, but at the end of the day, I know I'm saying it one more time, but some way, somehow, Nigerian people will rise up and do the right thing for the first time in Nigeria's history. I believe strongly that they will do something. I don't have any names yet. Don't let me mention my candidate. But some way, somehow, I believe that Nigerians will surprise one man. I believe that they will surprise you.
I'm hopeful that they will.
They will abandon APC and PDP. I don't know how, but I think that by July, we might have some indication that they might not vote for.
Baba T, wake up from your dreams.
I'm trying. I'm trying to wake up, but that's my wish. I want them to just do the right thing. In a society, Atiku and TINUBU should not be even contesting for anything at this point. They should not even be showing up to contest for anything in a society. And since we're not there yet, and you have somebody that is shaking clearly, you have an arm robber on the left, and you just wonder why I did the best you can. And you have options. You have Ishowore, you have Obi, you have just vote for that person. Change the narrative for a second in that country. And I'm hoping that some way, somehow, they come to their senses and do the right thing for the first time. I'm hoping so. I'm really sincerely hoping so.
All right, well put, Babati. So Babati, so to this headline, why I want to be Nigerian president, is a name that you're familiar with and is echoes from the past, but reincarnate. MKO Abiola's son, Kola, who has now won a hard-fought presidential ticket with the PRP. He's now traversing the media spaces, selling his wares on why Nigerians should vote for him. Is it refreshing to see this guy holding the family name in that business? And really, what took him so long to come into politics? What are you thinking of Kola Abiola, PRP?
You should go and sit down and stop wasting people's time. I don't even want to talk about him. I'm sorry. Let's just move on to something else. It's not even what me thought.
All right, brilliant. Is there some class envy there? So
no,
elite to elite.
No, it's not class envy. Maybe my parents maybe gone to school, but that's not the point. That's not. But I don't even want to discuss it. Come on, it's not relevant to the political space, one man. I know.
No, it's not relevant, but just the family name to be kept alive within our political discourse.
I know. I mean, even his sister is more relevant politically on TV than him. I mean, come on, Tudu is even more relevant than we know him to be. It's been a disappointment for the family, for God's sake. I mean, it's been a disappointment. I mean, his father would be rolling in his grave right now for what is done to his family legacy. But I don't even want to discuss that guy. It's just, I don't know. Let's just move on to something else, please.
All right, brilliant. So let's take you then to somebody equally as somewhat disappointing. Kingsley Moghalu, unable to secure the ADC presidential ticket, beaten by the chairman of Roots TV. Festus Keyamo now romancing him to come to the APC. Rather than going to all these fringe parties, should he just surrender to what he is? He's an elitist, King Semogalu.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Wasn't the former VP of CBN?
Yes.
Yeah, come on. I mean, even even Banky W got the memo. Guys, I forget you small parties. I'm joining the PDP. You know, we are who you are at the end of the day. Just go to where we all know you belong. All this grammar and I am, we all know. I mean, he's a very first of all, he's a brilliant guy. He's a brilliant. I like his politics, the way he talks, the way he carries himself. I know that. But sadly enough, he does not belong with the people he's hanging out with. The way he carries himself is way different from the way the people hangs out with carries himself. So it's a different class. So he should be in the PDP or APC where he can then rub shoulders with them over there. But I don't think he belongs in these fringes, ADC or CRP or all this. He's too big for that. But he has the true worry problem as well. He's not connecting with the people as well. I think it's more like talking at people, not talking to them. So he has that problem of communication with the populace. So that's the problem he has. But you're right. I wasn't surprised it lost. He shouldn't have been running for ADC in the first place. He should be in the PDP or APC where he belongs, where he can, bring some fresh ideas to the political system and, actually implement them in the current system. So that would be the best bet. But all this ADC thing for Mogalu is not, it's not gonna work.
Is he overreaching somewhat in his ambition, Babati, Kingsley Mogalu, wanting to go from deputy CBN governor to the presidency? Because the person that was even CBN governor, Soludo, he's going the right way via a state house in his local state to establish some political pedigree before assaulting. And by the way, Soludo's ambition is presidential, but he knows he has to go through a state house. So is it overreaching, King Semogalu wanting to be president?
Yeah, it's so everything all over again. Just going for the big one without having any structure, any roots. And believe me, when Soludo decides to run, people will vote. It will have a landslide victory if he decides to run. So that's the reason why I was saying that our friends from the East should vote for an article for him to get in. That way, when it's 8 years, right, it will come down south, right? So just give Nigerians to Soludo. Nobody will complain, right? Nobody will say no to Soludo if he does well in the states. So if Atiku does his 8 years, if it comes down south and you give us Soludo and he's done a good job in the state, nobody will oppose it. But yeah, this idea of going from CBN VP to presidency on a party nobody's ever heard of is ridiculous. I think it's just to keep his name relevant as well in the political space. I don't think it really means that he wants to win anything. I think it's just to keep his name, relevant, like former presidential candidates, all those kind of labels and tags. But I don't think he's really, really serious about winning. If he was really serious about winning, he would have done what Banky W did, leaving those small parties and joining the major parties. And what happened to? By the way, they gave Banky W back his ticket. They gave it to him. I don't know what he did this time, but they gave it to him back again. So that's what you should do. Go to
Babati, are you not wondered that everyone we are mentioning now they are not relevant? This one is not relevant. That one is not relevant. And we thought these are the people that can take us to the promised land. Is it not trying you somewhat?
Let me clarify what I mean by not relevant. It's not that they're not good or not wonderful. It's that the people are not galvanizing behind it. The people are not supporting. That's what we're saying. Go to a place where you can have it rigged for you. It's just the reality of the Nigerian political climate. Those ADC, APC or CDC or CRP don't have people behind them. The Nigerian people are not behind them. So when I say being dismissive of them, it's not that it's not them necessarily. It's the people that don't care about them too much that I'm talking about in that context. It's not the candidate themselves. It's the Nigerian people not giving a damn about them in the first place.
All right, well put. But let me move you on to this one. We're now slowly approaching the Peter Obi space. But before we land on the main Peter Obi topic, a satellite little aperitif. 2023 presidency. Umahi dumps Peter Obi, tells Ebonyi people to vote for TINUBU. So that base that we've given to Peter Obi is slowly being chipped away, even before the die is cast, even before the teams are assembled. So what are you then making of it, Umayi's assertion? Is that treachery or is that reality of politics?
Is reality. He's playing the politics the right way. And that so-called spike in numbers, that was in Lagos, right? The so-called increase in it was just Lagos and some few places. Those parties already have numbers in that. They have members in those states, right? APC has members in those, but it has members there already that will help them galvanize other people to vote for their own candidates. So when you split the vote, let's even say you split the vote with TINUBU and Atiku. So how many does he have left? And since that you cannot split your base, then fight for other people's region. That's not going to work. So I don't. His own Igbo narrative. That's not going to work. That's a disaster coming. Left to me, I'll say if you cannot get the numbers, bow out peacefully, go back to PDP, support Atiku, whatever. Save yourself the disgrace, because if you go through this wahala for how many months and you don't. If imagine Labour going through this problem and they can't win 100K votes, one man. Do you know how that would come across for Peter Obi not to get 100,000 votes after going through all this so-called PVC and that would not.
I think that's almost impossible.
Yeah. You think it will get more than
I think it will get about 1.5 thereabout.
1.5 million.
Yes.
Really?
Maybe I'm being swept along by all the brouhaha.
No, you are clearly blind. I think one man is a secret to the Peter Obi supporter. I think he's been caught.
No, I'm an open Peter Obi supporter. You support him too, Babati.
I do, but but 1.5. That's a lot.
I'm going by people like Theobala and everybody else, and all of this social media space, and now even on the ground reporting with Theobala telling us that all the influencers are on board with him, and all of these narratives that we hear. So I'm trying to cut that place a little bit, even though I don't really think.
So let's do a quick breakdown, because Lagos, if you look at the last 21, 22 years. Lagos will give you about 1.2 to 1.4 million votes. Kano gives you about 1.6. And Port Harcourt, they give you, Rivers, they give you about 1.1 million. They are the three highest voting states, right, in Nigeria over the last 21, 22 years. So where do you think the 1.5 million will come from? That's why
Katsina has 1.2.
Right. So how will it get 1.5?
Kaduna has 1.4.
Babati.
Kaduna has 1 million.
Babati.
Lagos.
Are you taking into consideration the killing of Christians? Like, for instance, what happened in a war?
I'm not dismissing anything. That I really want to know. I'm not being honest right now. I'm not trying to shade anybody. I'm really interested to know where the votes will come from. That one. It's not fun. Come on, I'm serious. I'm being serious right now.
No, of course, you are right. My point is that if, for instance, now I'm thinking, no, it might not be right though. If he eventually get a Muslim ticket, don't you think that one will also influence some people in the West?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, that will get if TINUBU goes for a Muslim ticket, but that will help Atiku more though. If Atiku picks a Christian, not so much Obi, I think it will help Atiku more. But I think that might help Obi too. But to get 1.5 million, like one man said, that's a lot of votes. That is a lot of votes. That's a lot of votes. It's
Theobala that is influencing me.
When
they try to call me tribal, and I don't want to be tribal, so I want to surrender. Really, I'll pretend like I believe what I don't believe.
Babati, from 5,000 to 1.5 million, one man.
The Peter Obi factor now that Theobala keeps telling us.
Well, I mean, what part? I almost think that's a lot.
But like me, I'm saying something that will happen that have never happened before in Nigeria.
All right, in the world, you mean?
No, in Nigeria.
From 5,000 votes to the presidency is a world event.
That's a world record.
I'm not working on that data.
Okay. But this is my concern. Who do you think is viable enough that he can pick, minus the two we mentioned earlier? If they refuse, who can Peter Obi pick from the north that will get him that 1.5 million?
The problem now, if you fail to get Kwakwanso, it will be a problem for Peter Obi, on the condition that Kwakwanso did not compromise with to join Atiku at the end of the day. Otherwise, whoever Peter Obi pick, he will be able to get some votes in the north. The reason being that Kwakwanso will also share some votes in the north. Atiku will share some votes. So this election, is somehow we cannot really.
Don't forget, Showore running mate last time was a northern candidate, and he didn't get any single vote from the north.
Showore narrative is quite different because Showore was unable to penetrate to the masses.
I agree with you. I'm not arguing with you. I agree with you.
Do you know that? Do you know that the Northerners vote in bloc? You know that, and you know that a large bulk of the North, they are not as sophisticated and as enlightened as you are. They tell them what they do in the mosques, and the emirs tell them what to do, and they do it.
What about if this guy is on the ballot?
Which guy? Yeah, but Kwakwanso is not going to be on the ballot. This is what we're saying.
We cannot say.
Peter Obi will end up with Ribadu, somebody like that.
No, I'm not saying with Peter Obi on his own.
Yeah, no, that gives him a chance. That gives him a chance because he can introduce him to the north because they follow him. So he needs somebody of that level.
Yeah, I want to speak on that. I forgot. You see, I will use my state. I don't know if people notice it. Anytime there's an election, before the election, you see your northern people, you are booking, they'll just go home one day. All of them before one morning, they'll just pack their load and go home. Then a day after, they'll come back. When you ask them, where do you people go to? What happened? They said they went to register. One of their Dogoyaro called them, they went to register their PVC. Now, when election is coming, a day to election, your gate man, the booking man that said go on the junction, they all leave. These people that live, their living is under 10,000 naira a year, but they can afford the transportation. Either them or their leaders organize for them trucks, take all of them back to the north, which gives the north organize and bulk vote. Look at the language, organize and bulk vote. But the south,
they can even go with the goats. They will go with the cows.
All right.
Yes. So, but the south, we don't have it. We have disorganized vote and individual vote. Individual vote does not count.
Okay.
We should learn it. That's why I agree with the church thing that they are telling people to go and get PVC churches.
What is? What about a situation whereby Kwakwanso is on the ballot, Atiku is on the ballot?
That is, you're not okay. Mama can answer for me. Thank you.
No. What is? Okay. All right, go on. It wants you to answer it.
Okay. Now, Tiobala, you're not using logic. We should go by logic. We can say anything we want.
No.
Please, I would like you to answer me on facts. Kwakwanso is not on the ballot yet, but the Kwakwanso is on the ballot.
It's on the
and Atiku is on the ballot, and Peter B is on the ballot too. 3 different parties. Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
Those two, Kwakwanso and Atiku will share the northern vote, and Peter B will not get one vote from the north.
We cannot
wait. You know, one man just said something earlier that I think we should pay attention to, because you were saying that Obi can penetrate the space and get to the masses. And one man just said that those people vote in blocks and they are told what to do in the mosque and by their culture, by their elders. So how is Obi going to navigate that space when, of course, those people already, their vote is already secured already?
And those people voting in block now, that is the problem now. Will that block go to Atiku only, or will that block go to Kwakwanso only?
But that block is not going to Peter Obi.
In some cases, yes.
In 99.9.
You know why I'm saying all these things is that, like,
let me tell you where you are. You are where you are. So sorry, but where I think you are is in that mind space that this wind of change that is sweeping in the north too, and they're in that narrative space. And you are right, But the people in the north that are in that narrative space, they're like about what 7% of anything of consequence. The bulk of they just what piece even buttressed it about they vote in blocks and they vote to instructions, and the bulk of the voting space in the north, to be not to use a pejorative term, but in loose terms, they're like Almajiri sort of units, you know.
What about
you're not getting anything in the north? You're not.
I disagree with that. Reason being that.
Okay.
Reason being that.
Because they are suffering too, Abi.
No. Hold on now. This is the problem. Okay. You forget to put this factor that we have a lot of Igbo in Kano.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of Igbo in Kaduna.
Right.
And the middle belt, like all those Kogi, all those other parts, we have a lot of Christians there too. So this, like I said before, we just have to wait, see how the campaign will go, and see. Let's see their vice president.
Have you ever heard the phrase "hoping against hope"? Have you heard that phrase, "hoping against hope"?
If you like, Wapi said something just now, they will not get one vote. And you said 99.9%. I'm not giving you now. If you go to Kano now, the other people with the highest number of citizens in each of the states there, or apart from Kano, across the northern region, are the Igbos.
Teobala, you're missing the point. Nobody's disagreeing about it. But are those numbers enough to sway?
They're not. There's not even a drop in the ocean. A drop in the ocean.
You are correct. It might not be enough. That is the factor I'm trying to bring in.
It's not a factor. It's not a factor.
No, the factor I'm trying to bring in essence is that let's assume he's able to get those Igbos or other tribe in the north or wherever. Then we might not know how it's going to be able to convince the Christians who are also living in the north.
One man, please. Can you ask Teobala how many times does Igbo vote sway the Edo State government election?
I don't understand. How does the Igbo vote sway Edo State government election?
How many times does Igbo vote?
How many times have the Igbo votes swayed Oyo State election? Teobala, in Oyo State.
Hold on. Don't have to now. This is public place, please.
Yeah, no. That's question.
I've seen that happening in Lagos.
Oyo State. How many times has or Ogun State? How many times have the Igbos vote swayed Ogun State election?
I don't really know much about
even at the local government levels election. How many times have their votes swayed it?
I don't really know
where it's from.
How many times? Hold on now. How many times have the Igbo votes swayed Sokoto state elections?
You cannot really say that because Sokoto state election is a state election. People are not interested in state election when it comes to that.
Right.
But they live there. But
No. Because no matter what they do, they will definitely go with
they weren't interested in presidency.
Every data that is thrown at you, you can't see it. Forget it now. Forget it. Let's get to real people. You know, if we're just trying to be nice, he has no chance. No chance.
I disagree with that one, man. Totally disagree.
Based on what man just told you, they vote in blocks and their imams tell them what to do. So
I now ask you now.
The Igbo pharmacists there.
Since they vote in block, before now, we usually have only one northern candidate. Now we are going to have two.
They won't have to. Teobala, we just told you they might merge. Look at what happened to
the fine. Can we work with the data we have?
Like the Tambowa saga should have told you that the way they think. Last minute they will just put the rug on you. Like Tambowa, the guy will just say, "Okay, don't worry, I will support Atiku." Don't be surprised if that happens. You've seen it happen before.
Let's wait see that one happen.
Teobala, do you know why anytime you are doing registration of PVC or vote, the northerners always go back to the north to register? They live in Benin, Abuja, Lagos.
Ibadan in bulk, but they will leave Ibadan, Benin, and go to the north to register. Do you know why?
I don't know. Tell me now.
Okay, now since you don't know, let me just tell you. I don't want to use harsh word. Because any vote registered in the north belongs to the north. It's not the south. If all the Igbo Hausa move, like 2 million people move from the south to the north, that gives more voter registration to the north. They count it as northern registration. They don't count it as Hausa from the south came to register in the north. Now, if the Igbos are 16 million in the north and the register in the north, that gives the northern space more northern votes. They register as northern votes. In the precise system of government, that is against you first. It's counted as a northern vote, not Igbo registration. If Igbo wants to win, they have to leave the north, register in east. Send to the south.
One man, can't you correct it for that?
No, I wasn't even fully on board what he was saying to understand.
Okay, let me tell you again about Tiobala.
No,
any place you register, listen. Hold on, Tiobala. Any place you
all right,
register,
make that point and I'll get back to Babati.
Okay. Tiobala, any place you register your vote to vote, you are boasting that space of that region, of that voter register power. Now, if every northerner go to the north to register their votes, it means that you already have a fixed number in the north. It's already written down not have 60 million votes. Now, if everybody in the north, like the people in the north, still remain in the north to register in the north, you are boosting that northern vote too. They should come back to the south to register, to boosting the south votes.
No,
that's what I'm telling you.
You are very. I understand what you are trying to say now. You are very correct, but at a point, you are also wrong in some aspect, in the sense that it depends on where that vote goes to. Now, one man said something. Somebody talking about 25%. If they can use those numbers, you leaving your state to go and register, rather living where you live to go and register in another state, you are also doing yourself a harmful something, because you are looking for 25%.
All right, let's get back to Babati, who has the floor. So Babati, you see how complex it is. It's a very complex situation. It's very simple, but the complexity is that you don't want to crush people's hope and dreams, especially when you share those hopes and dreams somewhat. But the data, Babati, the data does not, it doesn't.
One man, let's crush the hope and dreams. Let's crush it. Let's save them the trouble for the next 8 months. Crush it now so that they can recover by that way they will recover. When it comes to 8 months, they would have recovered from their delusion or whatever. But I think the case he was making is a case of residency versus tribal. The law does not recognize the tribe when you're voting. They see you as a resident of that place, so you boost the number if you're there to vote, not because you are Igbo. It's because of the number.
Thank you, Babati. Thank you, Babati.
It's about residency, not tribe. They don't see you as tribe when you vote. It's about the numbers of the residents that are voting over there. So that's what you need to put in mind. But you don't have the numbers, and any merger that Obi has to involve himself in, he does not have the upper hand. He has to succumb and just take the VP position. I'm sorry, you are the ones coming with 5K votes, or your 1 million, 1.2 million, like one man said. I'll be reminding of that now. That's one man. Don't forget, I'll be reminding you of the 1.5 million votes. So, but I don't see him. In fact, Obi, why did you leave PPP, man? You should have stayed.
I wish it wasn't in the politics, because it's taking up all the space that we should be really using to discuss the reality of it. Yes, or the real contenders. But now we are spending time discussing somebody like
you know what? Let's give him to Friday.
Yes.
When he picks the VP, so we know at least by Monday we'll know if it's finished or not.
Then we can just bin him.
Or by head. Okay, so that way we can come back here and help our Igbo brothers. We can help them heal. You know, they'll be wounded.
You bring the brandy. I'll bring this.
We
need brandy.
All the PAP to bind all their wounds so that by Monday we can help them.
Babati.
One man, Igbo brothers are afraid to come to your platform because it will vilify them.
Okay. After hold on. Why would I call you out on Monday? On Monday, I will help you heal. Don't worry.
Hold on, Babati. What would you say that Tiobala?
Because like now, me, I'm not an Igbo man. The way they are even vilifying me, it looks as if me na Igbo.
Nobody is vilifying
attacking from nowhere. I think we said the bullet can reach where I am now. At least I would have even been in the hospital soon.
I think that's a bit unfair for you to say. Hold on, because I think you are trying to, and that's about the second or third time that you are trying to push this ethnic narrative. But if you look at my comment section, a good 60% of them, they are Igbos. Often instances, the screen is almost 60% Igbos. You know, and the Igbos, they like the diet, they like the reality. And some of them are not, a lot of them are senior-minded, most of them are intelligent people, and they understand the conversation. I'm not sure if they can be happy. They can be happy or not happy. But you know, don't say things like that though, because you are trying to ethnicize a view that I hold and trying to bully me to say what I don't believe. I won't say what I don't believe. You know, I will only say what I believe. So don't try and ethnicize the conversation. Speak to facts and speak to your opinion, but please don't do that. But Babati, let me go on from you to Ajan Lekoko. Ajan Lekoko, to the space, and please no more ethnic something. You know, if I say something, you counter it. You know, I allow the space. People push me hard, I push hard. This is what we do here. We push hard. You know, we are not cheerleaders here. But Ajan Lekoko, you've rejoined us, so pick it up from where you were, but maybe we just leave Peter Obi for one moment, because he always just gets, anytime you go to Peter Obi or Nnamdi Kanu, you cannot have a civil disagreement or a civil discourse. It's always ethnicized. So let's go to Kola Abiola instead and tell us then about
one man.
Yeah.
Look, people that don't want to face reality or fear, let us just leave them not to face the reality. This platform is a platform that promotes fact and not a platform to it's not a follow platform. So if anybody want to lead us and we are not prepared to ask questions about that person, that means what we are doing here, we are just wasting our time. How many times that, I mean, on this platform, I stand for Showore, and I've received a lot of pushback on Showore from many from many people here.
Even mocked.
Sometimes they take you off of the show.
Just mention my name.
So I never shake, and I will never stop promoting him because I believe in him. So, but if some people are pushing, they are asking questions about this political magician called Obi, and some people want to get mad about it. Let them just get mad. It doesn't matter. He wants to be our leader. Can't we ask questions? Can't we call spade a spade about him when where he's wrong or where he has done wrong? I promote this. I like this guy. But the action he took recently to move out of PDP, and the reason for saying why he moved out, that term is that he's a political magician. He's a liar. And if you cannot ask questions, if you cannot call him what he is, that means that we are doomed as people. This is the guy that invested in the party for many years. He sponsored the candidate in that same party for the gubernatorial election in the state of Anambra. This is a guy that bought form for 40 million. That $40 million and naira form that he bought for his presidential bid is an investment into this corrupt political party that destroy Nigeria. And only 3 days to election, and he's pulling out saying that they're sharing dollar. That's why he's pulling out. I mean, that is insane. And you don't want us to talk about it. You don't want us to ask questions about his character. Character matter in anybody that want to lead. Where is the character of Mogbalu today? A person jumping from pillar to pole. He formed a party. He could not stay in that party. He cannot build that party. He ran away from that party to another party they call ADC. All for the same position. He's looking for the presidential. They're beating him down now. And he ran away again. Is that the person that you want me to follow to be my leader? No. I want a leader that is very stable. I want a leader that, you know, a leader with vision, a leader with commitment, a leader with determination, a leader that will not disappoint me, that will not lie to me. When you lie to me as a leader, that before you win an elective position, you will lie when you are in government. You will lie to me when you are in government several times. We've had the experiences about these leaders in Nigeria. And that is enough for us to asking them questions, to ask checking who they are before we vote for them or before we promote them. So don't care about whoever that getting mad about Obi. I mean, it's just a fact. We're just pointing out the fact. We're just asking questions. It's not that we don't like Obi or we just asking questions about him. He's not a saint. He's part of this corrupt people. He's part of them. He's their family. He cannot be the third force. He's just a political magician. He's part of them, and he's just singing because he's wearing a mask now. He's trying to make himself look different, and he's singing a new tune. And does that mean that what he has done in the past with these people, how he has dined and wine with them, how he has done how he has benefited? If not for PDP made him what he is doing today because of the vice president, that presidential position they gave him in 2019. That is a benefit that he got from that corrupt political party. And you think he can do something different? He cannot do anything different. Let us not deceive ourselves. It's part of them. He cannot bring a new order. He cannot bring a new direction. He cannot bring any new thing. He cannot bring new leadership for us. We need a new third force, somebody that is different completely from this corrupt politician, somebody never romance with them, somebody that, yes, when he said yes today, he stand by that yes, and I can believe him, and not somebody that will change overnight. Turn things, if we say one thing today, do another thing tomorrow, and then we give reason for doing that another thing. It's just like Dr. Bakari, Tude Bakari, that lied that God showed to him that he's going to be the next president, and he failed, he got 0, and he went to church the second day, the next after election, saying that, oh, it's 0 tolerance. That 0 he got, it means 0. I mean, how can you just allow yourself to be blindfolded by all these liars? No, we cannot be part of them. Let us call spade a spade. We are not. Look, Ismaja with Kankache cannot get him to anywhere. They are just lying to themselves. They are eating Tuwo Kinshafi. They are eating Akpu and Uchewu and just eating all these things. They cannot yield for themselves because they are in two different parties, just like I said earlier. So
thank you for that, Ajale Koko. It gets a bit wearing sometimes when we try to have this conversation. But as soon as you are, and our job is not to praise, sing, or our gathering is not to praise, sing anybody. We beat up Shore heavily, and I'm sure that's why he's not come here, because he knows we're around. I've sent him a voice note. So we beat up everybody mercilessly here, only because we want to really drill into their core to find out if they fit what so whatever we call him a poser all the time. We call TINUBU JAGABAN of GBT. We call Atiku a looter. We call Buhari a yam head. So everybody gets a beating. So why should Peter Obi not get a beating? You know, so come on.
Why can't he get a beating? This morning,
they will ethnicize it immediately.
And I mean, I'm a Yoruba man, but I never stand on the same side with TINUBU here. Everybody know me for that. Why? Because he's a corrupt man, and I don't think he can give anything good for Nigeria. And on this morning, I said that if he should pick, what do you call him, a Muslim as his vice president, Nigerians, right from Yoruba land, all Christians should stand up and vote against him across Nigeria. Across Nigeria. Because that is a total relegation of Christians in that country. If Christians cannot have number one and number two, any one of number one, either number one or number two, that is the most powerful corridor of power in that country. Why should it be Muslim alone? The same thing go. Muslim is either Christian in number one or number two, or Muslim in number one or number two. That is the way we can have the political balance in that country. But to say, okay, Muslim because you want to pander some people in the north, because they are majority, must majority have the way all the time? What of the interest of the minority? Are they not human beings? Why can't we promote the minority interest? Why should it be majority interest all the time? And you want to enslave the minority? No, it must not happen. So it's just.
Please. They said that the reason that they said that we will not mind in the south is because they said culture supersedes a region in the south. So if you pick a Muslim ticket, that people in the south will not mind since culture supersedes religion. That's their own postulation. That's what they're relying on.
Do you disagree with that, Babati? Sorry about Ajale Koko. Do you disagree with that?
I think that they are taking that for granted. That although that is partially true, but this new Nigeria, I think might not be the case again. People really care about that combination now. Maybe 10, 20 years ago, people didn't care about Muslim ticket. But in this new Nigeria, I don't forget the culture now. But I think people care about having a Christian that will defend them in the corridors of power now. I think people care more.
Babati, will they not take Christian ticket?
No, I don't think they will.
Never. They will never.
Okay.
Yes.
So if they cannot take it, why must we allow them? They cannot take it, but we must take it. Why must it be like that? I mean, it's just, we can't run a country like that. Every interest every peculiarity that form a nation must be taken care of.
Koko, you are forgetting that the South is a colony of the North. It's a protectorate of the North.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Is the South not subordinate to the North?
I want to ask Ajale Koko a question. Ajale Koko.
Yes.
You see the point you just raised now about Muslim ticket, because we are permutating about some presidency chance and all that. This was the point we tried to talk about when people will start vilifying or saying one or two. It's just a permutation we are permuting. We are not proposing any special candidate here. Like now, you came up with the idea of Muslim ticket, and you said that it will ruin TINUBU chance, even in Yoruba land.
I said I will push for it. I will campaign for it. I will urge people to vote for TINUBU if it should make that decision.
Yeah, and many people, even some pastors in Yoruba land, even normal people, I even see saying the same thing you are saying right now. But somebody came here on this platform, say Yoruba will vote TINUBU, irrespective or whatever. 100%.
Teobala, it's a shame you were not here in the earlier session because we discussed this at length. And because TINUBU has narrowed to 4 names, as far as we're aware, Shettima, the ex-governor of Borno State, El Rufai, Ganduje, and who was the third one? The one Bagudu. So those are the 4 names who are Northern and Fulani and Muslim, more to that space. And what we were discussing then is that the Christian Association of Nigeria has said that nobody should do a same religion joint ticket. But the permutation is that TINUBU, by virtue of him being from Yoruba land, he will likely hold on to Yoruba space, because the Yorubas, as much as they are Christian or whatever, they are first Yorubas and they will want their son there. So the Southeast, is too convoluted a political space for TINUBU to hope for anything. Whatever he'll get there, he will still get there, but it's not going to get much there. So his politics will be to the north. And there are Christians in the north, yes, but the predominant religion in the north is Islam. And the northerners, they are more fervent about religion than any other space within the Nigerian space. So he has to make the calculation or where he makes the most loss and where he makes the most gain. So if he goes for a Muslim ticket, he will take some losses off the Christian South. That's absolutely no arguments there. But there will be elements that will hold firm for reasons of tribe. So that one is also not arguable, because the Yorubas, everybody, just like the Southeasterners are arguing fervently for their son, the Yorubas also want their son on that seat. And they will look the other way, a lot of them, Christian or not, that they just want a Yoruba man on that seat. So he makes that calculation, but the North, they are very fervent about religion. So he has to look for somebody that comes with voters and also comes with religion. So that makes it a Muslim ticket. I don't think any permutation puts a Christian there. Simon Lalong is the only one, and they've already dismissed him. One, because he was sympathetic to Amechi, and they don't really trust him. And two, he doesn't really bring voters, and it doesn't bring anything to the ticket other than religion. But for the play in the north, where the dominant religion is Islam, he needs that religion to play, because he needs every vote. So he has to go for a Muslim. No question about that.
Oma, what of Babache Lawa?
But for Babache Lawal is not. It doesn't have a constituency now. The only thing, he was just the secretary to the federal government before he was sacked for stealing money.
Before you give back the floor to Ajele Koko, the point here is that even from Yoruba land, people will vote against TINUBU.
No, have we not discussed that in the permutations?
TINUBU, we have to pick a governor.
Tiobala, my brother. Please speak on the Edo space. Leave Yoruba people for Yoruba.
Keep on saying all these tribal. What is it?
No, leave it.
Why you not Nigeria? Why can't you tell me you Edo state?
It's like you are telling Yoruba man what to do. If you are telling me hold on. If you are telling me Benin what to do, I will answer. I will listen to you, because we are from same state. But you can't be telling one man, Ajale Koko, Thomas, how that state will be wrong. It's wrong.
I don't understand.
No, he's entitled to an opinion. He's entitled to an opinion.
What is if you go to the comment section, there are Yoruba people there. They say they want to vote who they want to vote for. Not because Yoruba, they are not society to anybody.
Oh my God.
Tiobala,
all right.
You are in this space now. If anybody attacks you, is attacking me, I will stand for you first. Same that Ajale Koko and one more will stand for their own people first.
I stand for what is right, and I think
I'm playing independent of it. Is playing independent.
No, I moderate, so I cannot be.
I understand, but that is reality. Because you said it to Tiobala, you hurt me.
I don't understand. What have I done wrong again?
No, all right, settle down, Tiobala. You are really picked up on. Look at that.
Hold on, no. This is what I just said, though. That if TINUBU make it Muslim ticket, so Yoruba people will vote against TINUBU. That is what I said. What have I said wrong?
Hold on, Tiobala. Don't use that as your permutation. Don't. Let me tell you why. There'll be a lot of Yoruba people that will vote against Tinubu for reasons of picking a Muslim ticket, but it won't be a significant amount of people.
At least some.
What the Yoruba people want is to have a Yoruba president. So that I don't think they are, and the Yorubas, they are not really that.
We don't care about religion. We don't care about religion at all.
Okay.
If that is the case, if people don't care about religion, if people don't care about the competency of the nation, meaning, I will say it now categorically that some part of this country are the major problem of Nigeria.
The Yorubas.
I cannot mention if you know you are
because we don't think, hold on, because we don't think the way you would like us to think.
Election is there. Why can't you
hold on. It's because we don't think the way you would like us to think to favor you. That is why we are the problem. You see, that's not Ethiopia. No, you are saying. If that is the case, then a tribe in the country is the major problem. Because we are not thinking the way you would like us to think that favors you, therefore we're a problem.
No, woman, look at what I'm saying.
And that's not Ethiopia. And forget about some man now. Everybody is peculiar to themselves. Let me tell you, I've said this so many times on this platform. The Yorubas operate with, if you ever take anything from me, take this. The Yorubas operate with stealth and guile. They always have done, always will do. Stealth and guile. This is what got them to where they are, and this is what will continue to get. Stealth, it's a very unique and peculiar sort of people. You have to be Yoruba.
Nigeria is dying because of tribalism.
All right.
Tribalism have killed us in that country. Let's call it, my dear brother.
I'm gonna call it now. No. Why would you be scared? You're expressing your opinion. Is anybody stopping you?
Leave Osibajo, who is good enough to be Nigeria president. Now, when to go and vote money back.
Right. Okay.
Tio.
All right. You will. The penny will never drop because it's a closed mind. You know.
And Igbos let Wike and vote Atiku in PDP primaries. Is that not tribalism too?
Let's hear from Ajanle Koko to round off there, and I want to hear from Tunaja, who has kept quiet all the way through, so that I know that every voice has had to say. It's only because you won't believe there were almost approaching 5 hours now. But Ajanle Koko, back to you.
So this questioning about Obi is a normal thing. So it's not about being tribal or anything. It's just the way that is the way we should be doing it if we really want to have a good leader to lead us as people. Even the Ohanese have declared their support for PDP, for Atiku. What are we talking about? They know where the pendulum is going to swing to. They know how the game is played. And they're making that statement very quick before Atiku will take the vice president to another region. The interest of the East is now threatened. Their interest for the position of vice president is threatened now. Southside might have it. And if Southside have it, and Atiku wins, that means you got to be waiting for another 16 years to start calling for Igbo presidency. And who knows what's going to happen in the next 16 years again. We don't know. So, one is it that is coming out to say, look, Atiku is our candidate. They are making that strategic statement to woo him, to consider them for the second slot.
Why are they not supporting Peter Obi?
They know he cannot win. They know he cannot win. They are not fooled. The party, Peter Obi, does not have anything on the ground in Igbo land. They know those that have that political power in Igbo land is between 3 parties. And one of them is stronger than the 2 others. PDP is stronger than the 2 others, stronger than APGA, is stronger than APC there. And in South is PDP all over. So, reality on the ground, the fact on the ground is what we should speak to, and not what we don't know that is coming. What we don't know that is coming is you cannot the bird at hand is better than the one in the bush. So you can count on the one you have at hand. The one in the bush, you don't know whether you can get any one of them or not. So that is the game. That is the issue with Peter Obi. So look, we have to wait and see what is going to happen. But what I know for sure is that he cannot win in the South. He cannot win in the Southwest. He will try in Igbo land. He cannot win in any part of the North. Because a lot of job, a lot of work have to be done for him to even establish himself, to even establish that party across it. A lot of work has to be done. And this time around, with all this jamboree going on, with all this noise going on, they can get that party can easily infiltrate that party. The bigger party can infiltrate them up to the highest level of the party. They will infiltrate them. They will have their men planted there to feed them information of what is going on. And they will work against them right from inside. Because this is a party with no structure. This is a party that is struggling, all comers. Who is the enemy? Who is the friend? Who is committed? Who is just looking for money? Who is the spy? Everybody just rushing into. You don't know, and they are desperate too. They're looking for people, so they will gather everybody around up to the top echelon of the party, and every secret, every move, every strategy move they're trying to make, the stronger party are getting information about it, and they will work against them and bring them down. That is the way it works in politics. Yes, even in PDP and APC, they will plant some people that will pretend committed to the party, all in an effort to get information of what their strategy, what strategy are they trying to play out, to use. They do it. So in this party that we are talking about, don't you see what happened to Showore, the way they tried to hijack his party from him? He had to fight for like almost 3 years before he got that party back. So it's a lot of, look, this is not, it's not urgent work. Election and winning election, putting party in place is not an easy thing to do. It requires people of like minds, people of the same ideology, people they trusted, trust people that trust each other, that know it, because they have been coming a long way. Those are the real committed members of the party. But in this situation, we find ourselves with the Labour Party. They don't know each other. They don't know themselves. So there's a lot of work to be done. So this is not about trying to pull down a candidate or trying to put that, but we are just talking to fact. We are just talking about, to experience, some of us that participated in this, that know the way it works. So This is what play out there. So, but our brothers in the commentary section and everywhere, let's just face reality. That is just it. It's not about anything against any candidate, but we as the people.
Oh no. So sorry. I want to hear from. I was just waiting for Ajahn Lekoko to round off. Then hear from Two Niger and then round off. We're 15 minutes from 5 hours, and I think we are.
Can I speak on Abiola's son as well?
If you are going to be extremely brief.
Okay, brief. Okay. Abiola's son, I think he has taken a very right decision for not joining any one of these two criminal parties that we have, APC and PDP. He demonstrated right there that, yes, Nigeria needs new set of leadership. And if you want to be among the new set of leadership that want to save that country, you don't need to romance with these people. Yes, they are rich, they have everything, but let us go into new party, and go and start to see how we can develop and raise new set of leadership, and that is the only way that we can save that country. Not by some people that jumping from pillar to pole, singing new song as if they are saint, as if they are savior of the country. No, but new party PRP is a good party. As I commend him for joining that party, and let's see how he's going to do his own campaign. I'll see how he's going to carry out his own campaign. Let's see how he's going to form alliance with other party. So he has done good, and people that love PRP, Nigerians, if you are in the north, if you want to change the leadership in the north, go and join PRP, go and participate, go and be part of it, and let us see how we can do it. So I commend him. He has done well. Woman. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you. So we'll go on to Two Niger next. But before we go on to Two Niger, let me acknowledge the super chat from Sonny Tar. It says, one man said it, Theo, Yorubas are subordinate to the North. Shine your eyes, Theo, no be today. So thank you for the super chat, but I'm not sure that you understood what was being said. I'll only say this to you. Go look up a term called double entendre. Double entendre. If you look, I'll check the spelling and I'll post it in the comment section for you. Double entendre. If you go and look up that phrase, then that will give you a better understanding of what I said. That was a double or double. It's spelled double, but it's pronounced double. Double entendre. Go look that up. But from as you go about that homework, and I'll check the spelling and put it in the comment section for you. Let's hear from Two Niger. So Two Niger, you've heard the conversation. You've come in lately. So condense your thoughts into like a succinct delivery, and then we start to round up.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. I guess personally, I don't fancy talking too much about personalities, but I guess in this case, it may warrant some statements. I think from my point of view, when I look at what is happening, that's this phenomenon they describe as the popularity of Peter Obi. I feel like, okay, if I look at it and his character, from what I've glimpsed, he seems like an upstanding guy, and they all have their positives and their negatives. I can say that, okay, he has moved several political parties. Why is he moving around? Can he not make a decision on which is best for him? And did he not research the party before he joined? You can have so many questions and question his judgment on that front. That said, we can talk about the pros and cons. It doesn't even matter. In the end, I look at, okay, you can ask yourself, if this guy wins the election, what good is it for the country? I think the impact someone like Peter Obi of winning the election, it will be equivalent to Obama winning an election in America, because the Igbos have not, had any president since this last dispensation. So it could be quite seismic, and I think it would be a healthy thing for the country, because for a long time, the country has always been trying to pull apart. And for once, we will have a complete family of groups that are looking to work together. So that is a powerful thing. And we shouldn't, just for that alone, not him, because I was around when Obama became popular, and I saw a man transform into a symbol. And we have to treat that potential in Peter Obi as something to be, something to ponder on. Because if he doesn't make it there now, we are looking at another 16 potential years of the Igbos just seeking to get there. And we don't know how we are going to make it from here to there. The guy that wins the presidency better be very good, because there's going to be a lot of agitation, there's going to be a lot of problems. So these are things that we have to ponder when, let's say, people from the West, question his chances of winning. I don't care about the chances. I care about what it could mean for the country. And I think if you look at the passion being expressed by mostly people in the East, men are crying on the phone, for crying out loud. And with frustration, Nigerians want to come back home. They are tired of being overseas, getting kicked around by all kinds of groups. And they cannot come home. They talk about when they come to Nigeria, how they have to hide. They have to hide their wealth. They have to hide everything. People don't even buy nice cars in Nigeria anymore because they cannot drive safely. And the whole thing just goes round and round. And I ask myself, the guy has got quite a lot of good qualities. He's improved the education system in this country. He's hasn't been shown to be corrupt. He left a surplus in his state. What else do we want? What else do we want? And of the people that are there right now, he is by far the best candidate that we can say, okay, he's an upstanding guy that can actually represent the people. I don't believe in everything that he's saying. I feel like his own take on things are not as good as it should be. And I fear he might be of, all kinds of, he might have other people's interests at heart. Because just 3 weeks ago, he was turned down the street. So we don't know all the pictures, but I see from the point of view of Nigeria itself, that his presidency may not be the worst thing to hit this country. He may not be at all. And if Bola Tinubu goes ahead to win, that is another 18 years of another Yoruba man running, I think 16 years or 8 years, altogether 16 years with Obasanjo, potentially, of being president, or a Fulani. Another again, Fulani again, potentially.
Now, why is that a bad thing? Why is that a bad thing?
Because there is a group in Nigeria that hasn't been there before. For a long time, not just now, for a long time, even before then. So you see what I mean? And that is something that we seriously have to consider, because we know about all the agitation in the East. And if you can, in one swoop, kill this off.
So you concede that it's an ethnic narrative.
Oh, there's a significant ethnic narrative in it. However, he also has a right to have a base, because there has to be a base of every candidate, isn't it? Atiku his base is the north, Tinubu's base is in the west, and Peter Obi's base is in the east. He has the privilege of having that. But the question again is for the country, what does this mean? I tell you, if Peter Obi wins that election, there are people that will be in tears. There are people that will be fainting. That tells you the power.
Who are those people? Who are those people?
Mostly in the east, of course. But there are also people that will not be in the east that will be doing the same, because especially if you love the country that you are from, because they understand the power of bringing the country together once and for all, where these arguments will not be paralyzing the progress of the country. So I think that's where I look at it from, and sometimes we have to keep that in mind, because sometimes even today I was telling people, like, come on, you have to start making your demands now, and you have to, ask him about what he plans for security. Ask him about
you know there are two narratives in the East that's really holding equal measure in terms of sway. There is a strong narrative of secession, and there's a letterly narrative of our son must be president. So which flip of the coin should people align with?
The sum of the president. That's why I say it's good for Nigeria, and it's good for, it's very healthy for our people, not only in Nigeria, West Africa.
If they have succeeded in the Biafran narrative, how will this opportunity be presented to Peter Obi?
I got to admit they've done some damage to themselves as well with this IPOP narrative as well that damaged their presidential hopes.
Oh no, I think the Biafra one, I've said it before, that is one of the worst things that's ever happened to them. As a matter of fact, entirely, even from the very beginning, because it was always meant to be a disaster. It was never going to work the way they planned it. And I don't understand how they thought you had a chance in the first place without the South. And the whole thing has been, and then the Kanu came along again. So that I wish, I fear that some of these people, they just come around to come and mess with the people.
Sorry, how long ago was Nnamdi Kanu? When was it last in his full pump? Nnamdi Kanu was in his full pump barely 12 months ago.
Yeah,
calling everybody a fulefu that did not want to break up Nigeria, and that was the only thing you heard from the East.
Exactly, and what drives it is this sense of marginalization. That is what is driving this.
12 months later, they want to be president.
He tells you, I saw a guy. I saw a guy that man, it's so funny.
Inherent hypocrisy.
Yes, exactly. I saw a guy that I have never seen call for anything to do with Nigeria at all. He's always calling Fulanis, all kinds of names, talking about breakup from Nigeria. He wants Biafra and all the rest. Then today, he's shouting, Peter Obi. It tells you
without even waiting to draw breath. You just see from the furthest of extreme, because wanting to break up the country is the far extreme, and then from there you go to the furthest extreme without pausing, and it's the same thing.
But it tells you what's going on in between. What is going on in between is the sense of marginalization, and that's why I think the power. What that means to a lot of people in the country, which is at least 30 million.
Is it only them being marginalized?
Quite significant.
Don't absorb them of that stuff. No,
to Nigeria.
Don't do that, because also
I'm thinking from the point of view of Nigeria. To be fair, I said it just now. They themselves have done themselves a lot of harm.
Do you see why some people are somewhat dismissive of the whole thing? Because you are right. You cited. Thank you for what you just said. To Niger, because I'd said it severally earlier, and people just throw stones at me, that a lot of the people that are now the Peter Obi must be president, a large number of IPOBians. So Peter Obi has a mass of followership, a lot of them independent of mind, but the bulk of the IPOBians, they've moved from that IPOB space and they've jumped onto the Peter Obi space. And you've cited an example that you know personally. I run this, so a lot of those voices that used to come here and chant the Yorubas are traitors, everybody is a fulefu, Fulani slave, etc. All those voices that used to come here and do that just about 6-7 months ago, they are the same voices now that are telling me that Peter Obi must be president. And when I try to point out the irony of it, the hypocrisy, they just say you are tribal or something.
If I may respond to that.
One more thing as well. Remember the same people said no PVC, no election. There are some people now telling you that you should go and get your PVC and vote for Peter Obi.
They told us no election in Igbo land.
Yes,
they told us no election in Igbo land.
Now they're now asking us to do one PVC for. Come on.
Do you not see? Just we ping bong.
But when you are painting this picture that Nnamdi Kanu wants a Biafra, now they are not asking for president. But you also forget to paint a picture that on the bowl Also, we want a Yoruba nation.
You cannot compare.
Hold on, please. Let me make a point.
All right.
Sunday Igboho is calling for Yoruba nation.
All right.
Now,
thank you.
a Yoruba person want to become a president. You are not talking about that.
I didn't hear any Yoruba person.
Whenever you are making comparison, try to balance it.
All right, there it is.
To Naija.
So let's get back, because when it hits five hours, I'm just going to start to take closing remarks. But
let me ask to Naija one question.
Right.
Okay. Do you see Peter Obi as the face of the third force?
Maybe it's too early to say, but right now, yes. It definitely looks like a third force. And
okay,
from what I've seen of him, I've read about
I agree with that as well, by the way.
So you don't see him as one of those PDP that destroyed that country. You don't want to see it, because I am not supporting TINUBU or ASIWAJU on the basis that they are part of the APC government that destroyed this country. We have to pack them and go.
I go by evidence that I have.
The entire APC must go. Don't let us pick and choose. Oh, this one, because they are part of it. They supported Buhari, the way he ran the government. They stand with it, so they did it together. We must hold them accountable.
I get your point.
That same measure, I'm seeing I'm seeing Obi as part of PDP that destroyed this country.
I get your point.
All right. Sadly, you might not be able to address it, because I want to round off. I did say, but address it.
Yeah, let me just do that quickly. Yeah. See, the thing is, he has been part of the system, but you have to look at what he did himself. And from what I've heard and from what I've read about it, maybe all is false, I don't know. I'm just going to go with that. People have come and talked about what he did. He improved the education system in his country, in a country where the universities are on strike, federal universities are on strike. The one in Anambra is not on strike. And he left a budget surplus for his state. He called there are so many things that he's done. And he has been impeached several times because he wouldn't inflate the budget that they want. And so he's done things that indicate that this guy seems to be an upstanding guy.
He has not.
And sorry. The reason why I say that is because compared to the other two,
you support him over TINUBU, right?
Of course, you have to support.
Okay,
TINUBU
did the same thing.
Sorry, please, Ajanle Koko, I want to round off. Finish your point.
In terms of character and in terms of ability to deliver at this time, Nigeria has had a leader for the last 8 years that is not a great communicator. I don't know. TINUBU may be a great communicator in his youth. At this time, we don't need somebody that might be going to the UK for treatment. There are so many reasons. He might be very intelligent. I think TINUBU is an intelligent man, and he's a great achiever. But at this time, and what Peter Obi could represent, if you put all that together, you can sum up that maybe, just maybe a good thing for him to win. You see what I mean? So that's all I'm going to say. I don't want to take too much of your time.
All right, brilliant. Well said. Apologies, gentlemen, but I do want to round off. 5 hours is sufficient enough time for us to have had those conversations. So round off to Sekula under Ajanle Koko. We start off with the engineer, who I suspect may have left us. Engineer, are you there? All right, thank you, engineer. So from engineer, and gentlemen, please, if you can wrap it through it, because I did want to end just on 5 hours, but we are already past 5 hours now. So I'll go to let me go to Thomas. So I'll go to you, Thomas. So Thomas, closing remarks.
Oh, thank you, one man, for having us. I will just say this. One politician told me, he said, at the end of an election, that is when you prepare for the next election. So I'm telling Peter Obi, it's unfortunate for him. He should come back come 2027. Thank you, one man. May God bless everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, we go on to Babati. Babati, the routine.
All right. Great intense debate. all I want to say is, no matter how, whatever you position, we are all doing it to help Nigeria grow, to help Nigeria develop, and hopefully we get a better country there. Let's not get angry, get too emotional, and just to do the fact, like one man would say, let's be objective and stay clear of emotions and make logical, summations on the platform. But anyway, than that, nothing much to say tonight. Just like, subscribe. Good night, everybody. See you later.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Thank you, Babati. So from Babati, we go on to World Peace. World Peace to you.
I greet everybody. We don't reach the end of the hour. I greet one man. I greet Ajali Koko. I greet everybody here. I greet my brother Tiobala. I beg, make everybody go get their PVC. Election don't reach. We could go start it. Put all these people who don't like out. If you want to vote Abi, okay. If you want to vote TINUBU, okay. If you want to vote Atiku, okay. But as I see him, get your PVCs first. That's why I see him. Good night.
All right, brilliant. Well put. World Peace on daddy duty. So well done, World Peace and his little man. It's well behaved today. I'm not hearing him crying. Has he gone to bed, World Peace?
No, he's drinking milk. You have to give him milk to
all
baby
right.
food.
With milk and nappy, milk and nappy, milk and nappy. Yes,
Yeah.
I know that routine. All right, thank you, World Peace. Keep up the good job. From World Peace, we go on to Ola closing remarks.
Yeah, one thing I've seen here is this. If someone is telling you the truth, your blood will be so hot and you start the name calling. But when you say, oh, I agree with you, I clap for you, yeah, you are saying the truth. That means someone is just telling you what you want to hear and it's not telling you the truth. See, on Peter Obi, we are saying this so that if Peter Obi want to be more strategic, be more strategic. But when we keep saying, oh, he's doing the right thing, we are deceiving him and we are making things difficult for him. But as it stands now, whether we like it or not, it's still a major contest between Atiku and TINUBU. So whether you say I will be 2023, see, talking doesn't work. What works is for you to do your grand job. The grand job is what we want Obi to do. When APC were destabilizing JEJ in 2023, they were using like Mohammed. They were doing both on internet and doing it on ground, not only internet. That is the difference. So please, whenever you hear the truth, stop name calling. Look through it. If you know Peter Obi, just say, okay, this is what they are telling about you. I've listened to Peter Obi even now talking of, they said that they have to have structure. That means he's airing this thing from somewhere, probably this place or somewhere. Because I know that Ajali will first mention structure on this platform. So I don't know where Peter Obi had that structure. So please and please, let us be objective in our dealings. So thank you everyone for your attention, and we hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Brilliant. Well, thank you, Ola. So from Ola, let's go to Theobala. Theobala, the routine.
Yeah, thank you, one man. I want to use this medium to beg every Nigerians. This is about you. This is not about Peter Obi. This is not about Yoruba. This is not about Igbo. This is not about Edo or whatever. It's about how we can rescue that country. This leader, they have dealt with us enough. Many people are hungry in Nigeria right now. They don't know where the next meal will come from. We keep on recycling this leader. I just want to use this opportunity to beg you, go and get your PVC. And forget tribalism, forget wherever you are from. People are from the area where Buhari is from. They are still suffering today. It's not about who is going to be the president, it's about Nigeria. Let's save that country. My tribe should not be the forefront. Let's fight for a good person. Thank you, everyone. Go and get your PVC and vote the right person. You should vote Peter Obi. That's what I know.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So you can say that if that is what you feel. But to Niger, the routine, closing remarks. You must come earlier because people enjoy hearing from you. To Niger, your final words.
Thank you. Would it not be nice for our children and our people to be able to go out in the middle of the night and feel very safe? So we have to demand increased our security posture. We need a 1 million man army. That is not up to the proportions that the Egyptians have got. We need that one minimum. Currently, we have 100,000. Secondly, would it not be nice for us to actually start trusting our government a little bit more? We need to demand seeing the government accounts so that the Nigerian citizens can see the transaction going into any account they choose to want to subscribe to. And finally, if we want power supply to be restored, we need to demand an accelerated plan, at least a stopgap plan to restore power to the country. Mobile power plants that can power the country with up to 160,000 homes cost just $11 million. And we know power can get to homes. It's just that it doesn't get homes on time. You can put those power plants in between the major power plants and the homes and supply people power, at least until the major ones are put in place. There's a reason why those things have not been put in place, and we need to thwart it. The people are the only ones that can thwart it. The politicians cannot. They can be bought, they can be blackmailed, all kinds of stuff can happen to them. But if people demand it, they can thwart whatever the forces that don't want Nigeria to get power supply are trying to do. So then the final, I think that was the final one, the one for electricity. Those three, if we get it right, the rest can be taken care of by Nigerians. Our education system, all that, because now people can pay into the education system, people can pay, can feel secure in their countries. Nigerians can return home and not worry about hiding that they are going to be kidnapped and stuff like that. They are not going to be building houses in Ghana anymore. So this is what I say. We should demand stuff from our leaders. This is the time to demand it. After all, that's what gave NSAS the success that they had. They made their demand and they got them all. Now they want to get into office. That's when we have to make demands. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So that's why we say you should come earlier, because a lot of the things you were saying, I wanted to push you on them. What's the time as well, you know, because you come up with these psychedelic ideas and you want to be like,
oh God, psychedelic.
You know, don't worry. Next time I will have you, but not today. You escaped today.
It's good I came late then.
Yeah, don't worry, because I would have wrestled you to the ground, but don't worry, I'll save it for later. Thank you. So that's to Nigeria now, an evolving voice within the platform, but the voice that you all come here to listen to, the mighty one, Ajanle Koko, the final word.
Thank you, woman. And let me thank everybody that came on the platform today. Your contribution are quite meaningful. And I hope that you will come back tomorrow so we can do it again. For our people listening to us, wherever you are around the world, please click on the like button as we are winding down. Do it right now. Share and subscribe if you have not done so. Please, our politicians in Nigeria have disappointed us. They all fail us. No one exception among them. So the way I see that TINUBU, Peter Obi, all of them, one way or the other, have contributed to the war of that country. They all members of political party that destroy the country. They invested in that party heavily. There is investment in that party, in those two parties, an investment in corruption, corrupt practices rather, an investment in a project that does not yield any return for the Nigerian people. So, in view of that fact, I'm recommending do not vote for them. One can have good record than the others, but they are the same family. TINUBU can claim that, well, when Lagos State was not given allocation for several months during the time of Obasanjo, it was the IGR. He was able to raise good IGR to sustain Lagos. That's a good record on the side of TINUBU. TINUBU can boast of that anytime. No country, no other state has ever done that in the history of that nation without the subvention of from federal government, and they financially sustain themselves. That's a good record on the side. So does that mean that because of that record and some other thing that he claimed that he has done for Lagos State, does that mean that, yes, he's fit for that position now? No. So Peter Obi, for some of the record that is done, yes, we have seen them, but the investment in the project that destroyed Nigeria, we have to kick them out of the way. And the only person that stands clearly away from them is Omoyele Sowore. So vote for Omoyele Sowore, vote for AAC. If you see any other party you want to form, maybe TINUBU, maybe Abiola Boy in PRP, if you want to consider him or any other smaller party, vote for them. Let's have new leadership that can change the direction of that country. Other than that, let me thank our people at the commentary session, the strength of the platform. They are the strength. It starts from the beginning to the end. They're chatting, they're doing everything. I thank you all. I thank Brother Alexander Gomez, the chairman, board of trustee, one man went to more, Alexander Akashi, Asgugu, everybody. My sister Boxman, thank you so much. I thank everybody.
Yes. I'm not sure if you are seeing your screen, but Bong Small, she has a request for you.
Sing for us. Okay. Okay. I will sing for my sister Boxman. What am I going to sing for Boxman? No, I will not sing Joro Jara. I will sing another one. Let me think.
What about?
I'm trying something new. I'm thinking of something new. I want to give her and others. Hey, this is way happen for my country. Na big thing. First time in the whole world. If you hear the name, you go know. Obina magic. Tell me the names now. Obina magic. Then go dabaru everything. Obina magic. If you turn it red into blue, Obina magic. If you turn the blue into red, Obina magic. If you turn electric to candle, Obina magic. Obi magic. Obina magic. I say they come small. So look, I just give that to my sister Bonksman. Obi is a political magician. It's just changing from one color to another. A chameleon is singing a new tune, but he's one of them. He invested heavily for several years in PDP projects that participated in destroying Nigeria. He cannot be exonerated. So you cannot exonerate Bola Tinubu. So you cannot exonerate ASIWAJU. They did it together. So just kick them out of your way, and that is when you will have a good country. Sowore has showed determination in fighting for you. Sowore has shown good leadership with vision. He has shown commitment. He has shown that, yes, he's the man. If you join him, I am telling you, those that will change that country are the youth, new set of leaders, talented youth. And Sowore has met them around the world. He traveled around the world in 2017, before the 2017, and he was able to discover a lot of Nigerian talent across the world. And he promised to bring them home so that they can bring that country up. And I know if you give it to him, if one Sowore can be seen as the #1 leader that will trigger bigger change across Africa, and that will spread to the whole world. Black people will rise again, and we will rise again, and people will know that, yes, we are back. We can shine again. vote for Shore, we can shine again as Nigeria, vote for Shore, we can shine against our black people, we can shine again as one of the greatest people in the world. That's my submission right here, one man. One man, I really thank you, the driver of the platform. Tomorrow, I believe you're going to bring a big news for us. Atiku we announce is vice president tomorrow. We're expecting to see who's going to bring. But you will inform us, you will bring it in a big way, and we will join you and trash it out. We will join you to do it again. Thank you, one man. See you tomorrow. The Eagle. See you tomorrow, one man.
Brilliant. Well put. So thank you for doing that. That song for Bonksmore and the audience. I think that went down well with everyone. So Ajanle Koko now, a man of many talents. Who knew? Who knew? So that's Ajanle Koko, a man of many talents. So you see now how the sessions can never really go the same if Ajanle Koko is not present. So there it is, and that is an explosive session. The one thing I've noticed about these sessions that we do daily is that there are certain trigger point topics that as soon as you're presenting them, you know immediately that it's just going to be wild a session. You're just holding on there for their life to just try and keep the reins on it, because you know there are certain topics that almost you cannot go to them without and have a civil and a balanced discussion, the merits and demerits. Everybody wants Peter Obi to be the president of Nigeria. I want that, and I'm sure a lot of you want that. But Peter Obi is not a clean politician with people coming here to tell us that he did not know that they had to be bribing delegates. So we don't really want to be hearing things like that, because we know that he does know that they bribe delegates. We know that he knows, because that is how politics is played in Nigeria all the way through, and he has been in politics in Nigeria for some 30 years at the topmost level. So he cannot claim not to know, but his pockets were not deep enough, and he decided that his popularity was such that he needed to push his ambition to as far as it would go. So you can understand that, because he knew that that ambition would not be fulfilled in the PDP, but he knew that that ambition had sufficient enough of a following for him to test it. So he moved it somewhere else. Everybody thought it was an error, but it's looking as though it might not be. But the numbers don't favor that ambition. But then, of course, he had, proven people wrong once. So what's to say he's not going to prove people wrong again? But as we stand, as of today, the Labour Party, 5,000 votes in the last 2019 election. 5,000. Less than Omo Yere Sowore, who was a one-man band. So a whole party that's been long-standing, 5,000 votes. So now you want to go from 5,000 votes and go all the way to seize the presidency. This is the narrative that is being presented. So look at it, just the cold, hard facts of it. Devoid of emotion. I'm a Yoruba man. I'm from Oyo Alaafin. If you're new to this space, I am an Oyo man from Oyo Alaafin. So you don't get more Yoruba than that. But set that aside. Peter Obi is from Anambra State. Set that aside. Cold, hard facts. Let's look at that. Cold, hard facts. Let's look at that. Labour Party scored 5,000 votes. A little bit over, but just a round figure, 5,000 votes in the last election. So Peter Obi left the PDP, one of the top two political parties in Nigeria, and he moved to Labour Party. So now he has this popularity. There's no gainsaying that. He's more popular as of this moment, as I'm speaking to you now, than he ever was in his history. I'm going to give you a word that a lot of you will know. Some of you may not know. But check this word out. I'll check the spelling. It's called Zeitgeist. Let me see if I can get that spelling. Yes, Zeitgeist. So I'll check. I'll give you the spelling. I just needed to get the spelling right. So Zeitgeist. So I'll copy this word and I'll post it in the comment section. It means essentially the spirit of the moment. So this is what Peter Obi caught. He caught the zeitgeist, and that is what he's writing now. It's a purple patch. That is what it is. It's a purple patch. But the cold hard fact of it, because a purple patch is just a moment in time. It is not the new paradigm, but of a purple patch you can redefine. But really, what subsists still obtains largely, but you can pivot somewhat. But if you look at the cold hard facts, Peter Obi's base is the southeast. That is his core base. The numbers from 2019, they put the voter numbers in the southeast. A ticket, by the way, that Peter Obi was on, the numbers were under 2 million. The totality of all the 5 states, the numbers were under 2 million. Do you see? The numbers were under 2 million. So that is his base. He's moved to a party that scored 5,000 in the last election. That is the base. So he comes from the southeast, a small little section of the country. He wants to rule the country, so he has to form alliances. So before he can penetrate into the north, he needs somebody to take him home and introduce him to the family. So it's somebody of a high level is in negotiations with Kwakwanso. There's a good chance that may not work out. There's a good chance that it might if Kwakwanso is willing to pack his ego under Peter Obi. Highly unlikely, but even with Kwakwanso, it's still a real reach because Kwakwanso is a single story narrative, and that single story is Kano State. So that's about 1.2 million votes. Pack that on top of the so the figures don't match up, and they say no. Some pastor in something or the other, some Hausa man in Sokoto, he's wearing an Obi t-shirt, and if you line that up with the pharmacist in Jalingo, that is an Igbo person, and this, come on, man, come on. The facts, 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 the data, DATA, they don't tell this story. They don't tell this story. And when you point to all of this, and then tribalism comes in. This is how it usually goes. So that is why sometimes I recoil. I take a deep breath before I go into those spaces. The Peter Obi narrative, the Nnamdi Kanu narrative, you cannot really intellectualize it. It always gets tribalized. But tribalized or not, I am an Oyo man. Nothing phases me. I just should be Oyo Larry, Oyo should be Baba Nikoko, we don't yield, to frippery. But we yield to facts, though. We yield to facts. So we yield to facts, but not frippery. So come with facts and come ready. Your knife shift, and whatever, and your blade sharp. Because this is a rapier with space. You have to be quick off the mark to be able to partake in the goings on here. The table is full of bounties, but you have to be of sharp wit to sit at this table. Can you bear it? Can you handle it? This is where it ends. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace. And don't forget to click on the like button, by the way. After all that, I don't expect any Easterner to do that. But if you have a balanced mind, then click on the like button. If you're not already subscribed, click on the subscribe button. The ego departs. Peace.